Hello everybody. How's it going? We are live on a Sunday night. You know what that means. It's time for a Tale of Many Warhipsters. How's it going everybody? Episode 7 already. Blimey O'Reilly. How are we? How are we? Didn't see you all on Wednesday. That's why it feels a little bit disjointed. I always miss you guys on a Wednesday. To be fair, I was in Warhammer World. I was playing Spearhead. I came second overall, don't you know? Accomplished general. All that good stuff. But good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, wherever you are in the world. I hope you're having a pleasant evening. I hope you're having a pleasant Father's Day to all the Father's Day out there. I wish you a happy Father's Day. Yeah, I hope you're having a good time. So just got a couple of things in the chat already. Steve, thank you very much for becoming a member. Edward705, thank you very much for the 1 gifted membership. And Dana, thank you very much for being a member for 16 months. Good evening all. Good evening, good evening. Good evening, good evening. But yeah, we're good to go. So, I am joined tonight by the ever reliable Mr. Richard Quatkin. He makes his return from broken laptop land. I can see him smiling at me, so I'm going to undeafen him now. So he should be able to hear me, and we'll pop across to this screen, and everybody should be able to see Mr. Quatkin. Hello, everybody. Hello, Rich. How you doing? You can hear me, right?
Hello. Yes, I can hear you.
And can everybody at home hear him? That's the big question. Hello, David. Laura, thank you very much for being a member for 24 months, 2 years. Evening, friends. Evening. 24 months,
indeed.
2 whole years. Incredible. Thank you so much. Let's say hello to everybody who said a word. Hello, Tattoo Zoologist isn't here. He's at download, but hello to him anyway. Steve, Ice Phoenix 100, Aidan Hughes, Yamail Angmar, Lau Cannon, Street P, Illy, Martin Spoon, the Mini Creative, Edward 705 naturally must be here. Captain Mannerings, Croatoam, Conic Melter, Nick Main, Alaric 79X, Jason Patworth, No Skill Painter, Zara Erythrite, Blethin Lawton, The Senate, Abdul, hello, Lil Clack, hello, Cloud2466, Swenels, Reverend Chris Lawton, Thomas, Flying Muttley, I think I've got everyone, Kataro, Sean, hello, Taz2070, hello, Love Hippo, hello, Pip2 number 42, hello, there are some who call me Tim, is here. How's it going, buddy? How are you doing? That's another great name change. Good evening, E-Ron. How's it going?
I like that one.
Mr. Quatkin, hello. We've already said hello, but we'll say hello again. How's it going?
It's going good. Back at it
Excited?
again. Looking forward to seeing what everyone's painted.
We've got quite a few members today. Quite a few of the fine folks of the internet. It's not our biggest, but it's still our best. We have 73 to be precise. 73 submissions.
Wow.
Of the finest people have submitted things to A Tale of Many Warhipsters. So I figured we should probably get started in just a second. But anyone got any questions? Everyone looking forward to it? Stupid airplane mode. What have you done? There are some who call me Tim. Have you done a thing? Are you being naughty? Are you being naughty already? We've barely begun. We haven't even paid compliments to anyone yet. No one's had a chance to be mad at my stuff.
It's probably worth a reminder as well as what the theme was for this month.
Good point. We need to put the poll in. Let's do this. So we do have...
And theme for next month.
We have next month's poll. I mean, it's probably... it's very easy, this one. and I'm sure everybody's already got started on it. And I'm going to put the poll in here. We will add the votes here to the result on Patreon, on Discord, and yeah, you can get voting now if you want to change your fate for the Tale of Many Warhipsters. Currently, I believe whatever you want is in the lead. Naturally, you know. But sound balance is out between the two of you. Josh is a bit quiet. Right. Okay. We can do something about that, I'm sure. Let me just scoop. How's that? Is that better? Am I loud? Am I quiet? Rich, if you say something?
I mean, you sound the same to me, but that's because you won't have changed Discord settings. You'll have changed the stream settings.
Yes. I can pop you down a little bit. How's this? Is this okay? We want to make sure it's all tip-top before we get started. You are British. I am. Pants are optional. You never see me from the waist down. So, how do you know pants aren't always
working
optional?
From home, I guess.
Here? Much more even now. All good. Excellent. Okay, cool. Well,
Perfect.
just let me know, guys. I'm going to check this notification. That
I was going to say, there are some who call me Tim wants you to check your phone.
Well, that's very, very generous of you. There are some who call me Tim. Thank you very much. It is indeed Sunday. That is very, very kind of you. I do when you get up from the chair on stream. Oh, yeah. Well, that doesn't happen very often. And the cameras. Oh, you're the one who was installing cameras, right? Well, that's all right. The shirt is a work of art in and of itself, Josh. Oh, thank you. It's my favourite t-shirt. That's why I threw it on tonight. Okay, so if we're all good... Josh on the verge at the start. Yeah. People could probably push me over the edge quite easily today. It's been very hot. I've been very, very annoyed and sad and uncomfortable. Oh, it's just because of the heat. I have a fan here, but I'm pretty certain if I turn it on, that's all anyone's going to hear. Here you go. Let's see. Everyone can hear that, right? Maybe if I turn
I
it
can't,
down.
but I'm not sure if the stream is picking it up.
Got it on its lowest setting. It hides the paint splat as well. Somehow, this t-shirt has managed to escape paint falling on it in any way, shape, or form. And I've had this t-shirt for 10 years.
It's quite the effort. Though, to be fair, I don't get paint on my t-shirts that much.
It's done.
I'll get like super glue occasionally on my t-shirts, which just ruins them, but I won't get paint.
I can hear it, but it's not awful. Shall I just move it back just a little bit? That will help with the noise. How's that? Question is, would you notice if it did? Well, no, I would, because I love this t-shirt so much. I'd be devastated if I covered it in paint. Honestly, you cannot find this t-shirt anymore. I wanted to buy like 4 more, but you can't find them. Is that your only fan? Yeah, it is. It is. It's why it's not a profitable. It's not a profitable platform. Hello, James. How are you going? I put my fan under my desk, and that tends to help. I would love to put a fan under my desk, but instead my computer is under my desk. And there's no room for anything else because it's enormous. But there we go. So I reckon it's time, don't you?
Yeah,
you ready, Mr. Bodkin?
As I'll ever be.
Is it hot where you are? Excuse me. Are you okay?
It is, but it's warmer where I am, but on my scale, it's not hot because I come from a land down under where it gets much, much hotter than here.
It's true, but you have been in this country for a very long time. it might have
Oh yeah, and
changed
like
your tolerances.
the buildings, yeah, everything's relative. The buildings keeping the heat over here, so like you definitely do feel the heat a lot more over here. But like in my books, it's still not like hot until it's like over 30 or 40.
That's fair. It does reach over 30 in my office. It did on Friday. It got to 30 something. I can't remember now. I did tell Tim, not Tim. I can't remember what the thing was. It gets so hot in this office. Anyway, let's not sit and talk about the temperature. Let's look at some hot miniatures, shall we?
Is a very British conversation.
That was a really good segue. I was really pleased with that. Right. Off we go then. Tale of Many Warhipsters, Season 3, Episode 7. Here we are. So, as always, we begin with myself. And contrary to the heat in the world at the moment, I painted something quite cool. I painted a lot of Space Wolves. And I was really pleased with them. I think they look fantastic. I was just really pleased with how that recipe is changed.
They do really look great, don't they?
Mm.
There's something about these models. Like the models are really, really well designed, but like for whatever reason, when they first previewed them, I was kind of a bit like, I mean, they look great, but I'm just not excited about them. But now seeing everyone in the community starting to paint them, I do get quite excited about them, and I think, actually, you know what? They are brilliant. Like, I knew they were brilliant, now I can see they're brilliant.
Mm.
And yeah,
it was really cool.
I love the job that you've done on these.
Oh, thank you. I've really enjoyed seeing on Instagram everybody excitedly opening their Space Wolves boxes this week. There's been a lot of that going on, which is really cool. So... yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting to see how many Space Wolves fans there are out there for them to get their time in the sun at long last.
they're such a cool faction, right?
Hmm. Yeah. But how do you do the Raven helmet? Which Raven helmet? Oh, is it the one on the Wolf Priest? Oh, I can't remember. Anyway, yeah, and look, there's a second wave yet to come, and they also look fantastic. I'm very excited for Wolfguard Terminators because I would like to get my hands on those.
Yeah, very much so.
Because they got a lot of Terminator characters. Arjack, who's also getting a new model.
Yep.
Not Njal Stormcaller anymore. He is getting a new model, but not in his Terminator armor. And Logan Grimnar, of course.
Sure. Yeah.
He's looking absolutely
spectacular.
spectacular.
Which I think I've heard a lot of really positive things about that model. I mean, the sleigh was nice for a while, but I do much prefer the posing of this one.
Yeah. No, it is much better. And there's no sleigh. Fantastic as always, Josh. Honestly, have you ever considered entering Golden Demon? Not to get emotional with everybody right now, but I did. I entered Golden Demon at Warhammer Fest. I took multiple entries because what I desperately wanted was a single pin. That was all I wanted. I wanted one single pin, and I was not given a single pin, and it made me nearly snap my brushes and retire forever. And it was at that point I decided I would never enter a painting competition ever again. I will enter them as part of.
I mean, I've seen you win
tournaments.
many other. Yeah, I've seen you win many other painting competitions as part of tournaments. So it's no like slight on your skill because we all know you're a fantastic painter.
Yeah, I'm just not a display painter.
Just that
which is clearly what they wanted.
Well, Golden Demon isn't necessarily about which is the best painter. It's like which is the best at a certain style of painting. Because there is a certain style that does very well at Golden Demon.
Yeah. Which I don't do, so therefore came away with nothing. And like I said, it just means now, like any of those things, Iron Skull, the OPM, I'm just like, nope, not entering them because I don't want to be sad. So there we go.
They can be tough when you go on with certain expectations and you don't get them. Yeah. I think MPO is a little bit better because it's more about like grades rather than there's only a set number of pins they can give out. So I want a little bit more forgiving.
I do often hear from you guys in the chat there how you've all won painting competitions using my videos. So that should prove to a lot of you that you are all better painters than I am. But yes, it's It's the type of anxiety I don't need about my work. Is for somebody to tell me that it's rubbish by not.
We all think you're great, and there's evidence on the screen.
Exactly, and that's the thing, is you can sit on YouTube and I can show you all my models, and I think they look great. You guys think they look great, and you obviously use the videos and appreciate the videos, so that's amazing, and I really love you for all of that. Thank you very much, guys. But there are people out there who just won't and don't, and therefore they don't do it. So there you go. I'm not an award-winning painter from a painting competition. Now, when it comes to tournaments a painting competition attached, I do all right in those. So that's the only thing that really matters. Anyway, there we go. That's me. That's the Space Walls. And we can now move on from me. It's now time to look at everybody else. So we have Adam. He's up first. He's not here, but he might be here later. He broke the rules by sending these incredibly late, and he sent more than 3 pictures. So he's going to get a slap on the wrist later. But here are 3 of his pictures. We've 10 Chaos Chosen, 6 of the finest, what are they called? Crypt Horrors. We have 3 Vargeist / Crypt Flayers, a Vampire Lord, and Prince something or other, Prince Duval, from the Warcry / Underworlds vampire set.
I've seen some of his Soulblight stuff in the flesh, and I really love the basing treatment that he's got here, and also the contrast between that really deep, rich red and black versus the pale skin. Really love that. But the purple and white flowers on the base just offset that so well.
Yeah, I really like in his flayers how you've got just this sort of crimson theme that's going on there, which is obviously coming across from the Morgaunt of the Vargeist through to the red of the Vampire Lord's shield, and the embossed red dragon and the hair. There's very much just here we go. Here's red. And there's a lot of red. That's not a small amount of work for a man with a newly arrived small person. Indeed, it is not, Miss Flying Muttley. It's a lot of work for somebody who has a baby, which is why he's not here. He has a baby, but he might be here later. Just depends on the baby. We shall see. All bases should have flowers, says James. I completely agree with you, sir. They're just expensive, and I don't put them on everything.
But I think it's particularly the choice. And actually, when I saw them, I said to him it reminded me of Alice's models as well, where she had, I forget the name, Lady Olander maybe, with all the purple and different colours of flowers. But yeah, I think it's just such a brilliant combo.
Yeah. She might be watching. She's currently holidaying in Southsea, looking after my parents' cats.
Nice.
I'm at home because I've got so much work to do.
Feel that.
She is in the chat. Hello, Alice. How are you? Hope Adam's enjoying his first Father's Day. It's mine also today. Well, congratulations to you, Taz. I think Adam's a bit disappointed because Finn didn't even write him a card. We should see.
A couple months old, get on it.
Josh, love your minis as always, but you really need to paint some more. That is true. That is true. There's a lot of MESBG built up. Let's do it, Mister. Lots to do, Mr. Hipster. There is. There's even more to come as well, because there's Knights of Dol Amroth on made to order next week, and I need some guys on foot for my guys on horses.
Although they are the older ones, which I thought was interesting for them to put on made to order rather than the forge old ones, but
I don't know where they've
that's
gone.
The nature of made to order.
Yeah. Lack of effort. Oh, sorry. I know, I'm the worst. Yeah, great work, Adam. Next up, we have you, Mr. Watkin, and you have got some MESBG. Oh. Speaking of MESBG.
As I do, yeah. And I've got some Thorin's Company because they're great. And these were so much fun as well to paint. Everyone having their own different colour scheme meant I just get to do one model at a time, which is a great way to paint. And they're all different, so I can just get to be creative and try to make them look as good as possible. and they're also great fun on the tabletop. I took these to a small event and managed to even win a couple of games with them.
Oh, really? That's impressive. Who have we got then?
No,
Who have you done? So you've done Thorin, Balin.
So we've got Thorin, Gloin, Dwalin, and then there's Dori Nari, and Fili and Kili.
Okay.
It's basically all the guys that have got 5/5.
Right, and none of the ones that don't.
Yeah. My next list is going to be all the guys that have 2 attacks. Because
nice.
They tend to chop up stuff. And like I said, they're actually quite decent in game. I played 4 games with them, managed to win 3, and I only ever lost about 1, maybe 2 dwarves.
Yeah.
So they're pretty good on the tabletop.
Josh, you need to get your magnificent, golden, unaccessibly wealthy new friend to go against those guys. I don't think Rich would particularly like facing me playing with Smaug with only 7 of Thorin's company. I'm not sure that would be a fun time out for you.
I think like if I do the next list, which is about 800 points, Smaug's is 750, something like that. So you'd probably be like a decent sort of matchup there. But yeah, I would have to hope that you don't roll any 6s.
Did you? Well, it's me we're talking about. Did you pick up the new army book? Because
I did, yes.
I was looking at the Grey Company. I thought it was insane as an army list.
Insane good or insane bad?
Oh, insanely good. I don't know if you've seen it. Have you had a look at it?
As in the one with all the rangers.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the one that the internet thinks is insanely bad.
Oh,
because
I thought it was very
didn't
good.
get any buffs, and it's basically the same as last time. But yeah, no, there's some good stuff in it for sure. It's just all heroes.
Yeah, exactly. Every single model has might, will, and fate.
Yeah.
And all the rangers gain 2 attacks and can use Aragorn as a banner. They don't have to be.
Yeah.
And he gets Anduril for free, priced in. And
free Anduril as well. So yeah, there's loads of great stuff about that, and if you put it on the table, you would have a fantastic time, and probably do quite well if you know how to use them. But the internet was like, why don't they have 5/5?
Well, because they're already quite
good.
Will and Fate, that's why.
Yeah.
If they had 5/5, then and 1 might, will, and fate each, that would be obnoxious.
Yeah. So I think it's a case of they're probably quite hard to use, but if you use them well, you can get some really good results with them.
I think the key is to not take all the heroes and to just spam as many Dunedain as you can, because it's all one warband and it doesn't count as there's no limits on it or anything.
Yep.
So.
Although there's one of the legacies lists is basically spamming out rangers to take a bunch of hobbits, and you end up with about 120 models.
Nice.
Most of them are hobbits. So
Nice.
Yeah, the rangers do quite well there as well. But I do also quite like the Great Company, and I think that I looked at that last edition led by Aragon, getting free Andoril, getting loads of a bunch of heroic combats, and I think I did 1 or 2 test games, and surprisingly enough, did quite well.
Yeah. Sounds good. He'd just be happy when it was a game where you need to control points. I'm always happy when you get to control points. That's why that's why I really enjoyed Spearhead. More on that probably tomorrow when we stream. To face Smaug, they'd need Bard and his family for support. Yeah, exactly. Funnily enough, I've got some of those models you can borrow, mate, if you want them. Anyway, next up, because he does now have presenter status, so he comes quite early on in the evening. We have Mr. James Mathias himself, who's painted an absolute smorgasbord of wonderful, delightful, delectable treats for us tonight. We have a Lord Exultant, a Lord of Blights, a Loon Boss on Cave Squig, a Weird Knob Shaman, a Mozrog Scragbad, and Lord Solar Leontus.
Such incredible variety. I mean, we've seen all your amazing work on your spearheads and combat patrols, but just doing a bunch of character models sounds like such a fun month. and these just show the breadth and the depth of your talent on display here.
100%, 100%. I mean, check out the green on the Lord Exultant. That is beautiful.
Yeah. I mean, my eye is obviously drawn to the Loon Bottom Cave Squig first, being that sort of bright orange. But also, like, Mozrog looks like he's stepped out of the, the cover art, basically. And I love the colours that you've chosen for Lord Zola Leontis as well.
Yeah. And there's a truly obnoxious display of talent on the Lord of Blights there, with how much atmosphere, how well that model is lit and painted to match the lighting, I assume, because James is an exceptionally talented painter. And it's just such a grim, dark, lovely, horrible miniature that you've painted beautifully, James. Absolutely insane.
Yeah. I always love Nurgle when it's done a little bit darker and a little bit more menacing, because that's the original style that I remember seeing the models in, a long time ago, when I think it was my first or second White Dwarf, which was filled with Warhammer Fantasy Nurgle models.
Yeah.
They're just fantastic.
Yeah. What was the premise of this month's minis, like the theme for the ones we were looking at? The theme this month was maybe you're going to be the one that saves me. And I think any of these you would want to rush to your rescue because they look all competent. The outcome of them rescuing you might not be what you're after, but at least they did save you. From one fate, only for a much worse one to befall you in some cases. Yeah, I mean, look, these are absolutely remarkable. And as people are saying, the presentation is fantastic. The graphic is wonderful. Almost like
great
a professional
work as always.
Yeah, a professional coloured graphic novel. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It looks like it looks like you've lifted a product page, James.
I was going to say that. I could totally see this like blown up and being on like a big banner behind like a Games Workshop store where they've got all their displays and all their figures.
Yeah. Those are Wonderwall lyrics. So do you just want us to paint models of the band Oasis? I mean, you could have done. That was the theme for this month, but nobody did. Sadly.
Maybe someone just is going to submit a wall, and it's going to be, very wonderful.
Yeah. At the end of it, I'll go and get my guitar and I'll do a performance of it for everyone. And then that will make me go from 86,000 subscribers to 0.
It's a song that I have not yet learned on my ukulele. So I cannot join you.
Exactly. No, lovely job, James. Absolutely incredible, as always.
Yeah, really, really brilliant.
It's tough to pick a favourite here, but I think I'm doing favourites already. I think I will pick your Lord Exultant or your Lord of Blights, just because that green is beautiful. It's such a shocking, beautiful green. I really love it.
I would say my favourite isn't a model, but a technique. I think your blending is really, really well done, and these models kind of highlight just how good you are at it here.
Yeah, Lord Solar Leontis' sword as an example.
Even like the smoke from the Weird Knob Shaman as well, and again the boss, and just like there's so many bits and pieces where you've got great colour choice as always, but your technique is really on display here as well. Some fantastic work.
Yeah. Eron, there is a song by Status Quo called Whatever You Want, so don't tempt me. Where do you think the theme name came from? Because it's whatever you want, whatever you need. And that was, there we go, theme. Lovely. Anyway, thank you very much, James. We must
just doing song lyrics from here on out.
Pretty much, yeah. No, we will change it somehow at some point, but that day is not that month, is not this month. Anyway, next up we have Colonel of the 149th Death Corps of Krieg with some Trench Crusade.
Ooh. I never know what I'm looking at with Trench Crusade, but it always looks fantastic.
Yeah,
I mean,
the same.
The rust that you've got going on here, and like the weathering, it's just fantastic. I mean, different types of weathering on different models, and all that sort of blood and gore that you've got going on the right hand side. I mean, these are the grimmest of the dark.
It is. It is. It is. Yeah. This is the thing with Trench Crusade, isn't it? I think it's I think it's a competition between a lot of people to see who can paint the thing that most belongs in a Trench Crusade. And so far, for me, Colonel is 100% winning just because of how grim these are, and how this is. Yeah, especially this gentleman on the right, who's having either a bad time or a good time. It's difficult to tell.
It is very much like they took like the most gruesome parts of 40k and just dialed it up to the max.
Yeah. Do you know what it's evocative of for me? It's actually evocative of Resident Evil. More so than anything else for me. A lot of what I see from Trench Crusade, I think not so much like the zombies aspect of it, but like the just you encounter miniatures all the time that look like one of those early game, you encounter it and you just have to run away from it for a time until you can get through the gate at the end. and then when you do a playthrough on New Game Plus, because you've got all the guns, you're like, haha, sucks to be you, chainsaw wielding maniac.
Yep. Yeah, no,
Silent Hill
has
vibes.
Those sort of horror, Silent Hill horror, even Dark Souls kind of vibes as well. It's just things that you run away from because you don't want to meet them.
Yeah, he just sat down in time for Colonel's fabulous entry. Indeed, I saw Captain Mannering said that you guys were cooking. Tell us what you got for dinner. I'm excited. I just had some pesto and pasta. That's what I had. Nice. I was in a rush. But there we go. Bloodborne, if it was World War One. Yeah, exactly. It's this thing. Is I think a lot of people talk of this as being a. Talk of Trench Crusade as being a direct competitor to 40k, but in my mind, it's not. In my mind, what it's a celebration. Thing. It's a celebration of a lot of various what you would call grimdark genres all in one, which would include Warhammer, of course. But
but Warhammer doesn't own grimdark. I mean, when we were at UK Games Expo, we saw a ton of different games that had all sorts of different themes. Some of them grimdark, some of them not, but all had their own unique points to them.
Yeah, Trench Crusade always feels very Krieg meets Doom. Exactly, this is what I mean. I think there's something for everybody within Trench Crusade in such a way that there is something for everybody in Warhammer, but it's very much, everything always kind of very clearly registers and reads as Warhammer, whereas I read lots of different IPs and lots of different things I am a fan of within the Trench Crusade system, which, at the moment the only real discovery I have of it is when people submit things to Tale of Many Warhipsters, because I don't have time to look at other miniatures on the internet. But it's a really fascinating world, and I'm very interested to see where it goes. There we go. So thank you very much, Colonel. Beautiful stuff. Grim as heck. But now we must move on to I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but this is Tom with 5 Blood Angels Terminators and stepping into the world of Nighthaunt for the first time.
Ooh, very nice. I mean, a lovely clean paint job on the Blood Angels there. Love to see it. And I quite enjoy those really simple grey bases. They actually provide a really nice contrast to the bright red that you've got going on. And again, actually, world building wise, give it that feel of crossing a moon or crossing a battlefield or something like that. But then also some great, really vibrant colours that you've got going on with your Nighthaunt there, and some fantastic blood work on that middle model there as well.
Yeah, no, I agree. I keep thinking more and more often I need to pare back on the using tufts. For my miniatures, because I keep thinking.
But I think the key thing here is there's still texture on the base. It's not like it's built up and there's things on there, and it's when it's consistent across, but still has that interest. It creates a different vibe to it.
Yeah. Guiri Hammer, because Guiri is what they call Brits in Spain, and I live in Barcelona. Oh, I see. Okay. My first ever 40k minis. You've done a spectacular job on them, Tom. They look fantastic.
Fantastic work.
Yeah, really, really like these. I particularly enjoy your Nighthaunt over here. I love the bloodied ghost right in the middle. It's wonderful.
Yep. I like to think that the ghost can like choose to whether to be corporeal or non-corporeal, and it's chosen to be corporeal just so it can have the blood on it.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
It's like I am choosing to have this blood on me just so I can frighten you even more.
Yeah. That red is very nice. Almost T-Sun's Horus Heresy red. I was going to say, like you were mentioning about the bases. The bases really do give it a Horus Heresy vibe. I think a lot of Horus Heresy stuff is based, it's either on grey battlefields or it's in grey cities in ruins. There's not particularly exciting biomes that they fight in quite a lot of the time, or at least how they're presented in terms of the models.
It kind of like takes me back to like 4th Ed City Fight, which was just such a fun time.
My plan, speaking of 4th Ed City Fight, my plan for when we eventually move to the new house, whenever that may be, by the way, if anybody interested, there is a flat in Bristol for sale, let me know, and then we can move. But my plan there is to have enough terrain to run 40k 10th edition City Fight. I've got ideas for how to make it really cool. Sort of sitting around about the 1,000 point mark. But anyway, I digress. Remember to like the stream, says Ricky Drinks Paints. Yes, everybody, please do leave a like on the stream.
Please do.
It's a free way to support the channel. It's absolutely it doesn't cost you a thing. And if you like the stream, it means more people can find us. And YouTube thinks Tale of Many Warhipsters is a good thing rather than a bad thing. So please do. So we are having pulled pork wraps. Well, it's a much more exciting dinner than I have.
Yeah, very exciting.
But there we go. Thanks for the move update. I was going to ask. Yes. We're still waiting. But yeah, I've got so much terrain now that's painted, including all the Tyranid stuff. That video is now available. It's only 12 minutes long.
Nice.
You should watch that after the stream if you're still awake. Anyway, thank you very much, Tom. We shall move on now to No Skill Painter, who paints for us Kritok Foulblade. Now, I wasn't 100% certain I remembered that name until I started saying it.
I don't think I ever learned that name. But this, once again, No Skill Painter, you need to change your name because this is so much skill. Your photography style looks almost exactly like it's out of White Dwarf, like an early White Dwarf heavy metal showcase. Like that's what this looks like, and your painting matches as well. It's incredible. Very, very crispy highlights. I love the subtle blends you've got going on in the red armor, how you've got those sort of deep shadows in there, and the subtle glow from all the different bits of green. I mean, yeah, this is just classic Warhammer, and you've done a fantastic job.
No, I couldn't agree more. He was one of my favourite of the new releases. He was a bit of a devil to put together, I'm not gonna lie, but a lot of people made fun of it because there's a gap on the box art along the right hand side of the rat on his left, closest to us. It's meant to be there because it's a gap in the cloak.
In the cloak, but people thought it was otherwise.
It's devil to put together. 69 poll votes. That's what we like to hear. Streetby says, can someone tell me how I can become a member of the channel, please? Can't find the option to join on the main channel page. Interesting. Let's see if we can try. And get you. Whilst everybody enjoys Kritok Foulblade. Let's see if we can snipe you with a cheeky gift. There we go. See if that gets you. Boom. Swenels, congratulations. Chris Tier, or Chris Clare. DJS, Tiger Bear Wolf. Hype R, sorry, not this time, Street P. But there we go. This is absolutely wonderful, No Skill Painter. Very, very, very enjoy it. And awesome to see a Kritok Foulblade. I haven't seen very many of these painted. I think because It's I don't know if it's a meta choice, but there it is. Street Pete, are you on a phone? Because if you're on an iPhone, it will not work. Because iPhones, you can't buy or gift memberships, apparently, even though you can for some channels, just not for me. Hungry Bert with the one gifted Warhipster membership, and then there are some who call me Tim, with 10 of the finest Warhipster gifted memberships. Amazing. Thank you so much. That is incredibly generous of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Maybe we got you then. Oh, no, we didn't get you that time. Very skilled painter. No, I agree. All the skilled painter. All of the skills as a painter.
Exactly that.
Yeah. Kritok's sword, which is a demon weapon, I believe, looks amazing. And the red is just an absolutely gorgeous red. Looks absolutely fantastic. So really, really well done. Love to see it. And there are some who call me Tim with 50 gifted memberships.
Wow. Oh. I mean, just incredible.
Me. Thank you so much, not Tim. Maybe Tim.
Well, I mean, some call him Tim.
Some who call me Tim. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. That's incredible. Oh, I really, really appreciate that. I'm going to be pissed if Sweet Pea doesn't get one. I don't know if he has.
Sometimes it can depend what type of account they have set up. I know that, like if you've got a brand account, you can't ever be gifted one, but if you've got a personal account, you can. So sometimes
the branded account thing is a really old thing, which they don't do anymore, which is silly.
Yeah, it's very silly.
That's very kind of you. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. And thank you to some who call me Tim. for
as Dan Elliott points out, there is sometimes you have to like turn gifted on, otherwise you can't receive gifted memberships.
There is that too.
So that's also a thing.
Yes, that's true. Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. We must move on. Next up, otherwise I'm going to just start sobbing. Thank you. Cloud2466 comes up next. And has painted an absolute ridiculous amount of miniatures for us to behold today. We have some of the Mass Effect miniatures at the top there. We have 2 whole Brutalis Dreadnoughts, a number of Blood Ravens, some Death Guard, and we have an ATV. And I'm not sure on the right hand side, but I think it is some form of Dark Souls miniature board game.
I don't recognise the miniatures, but they look fantastic. I love the posing of that big spider as well. And yeah, then you've gone from quite sort of subtle earthy colours there to these big bright bold colours for your Space Marines, and then the Mass Effect ones as well, which I again not as familiar with, but they also look fantastic. But it just shows off your different range of command of all these different colours and styles, that they all look fantastic and suit their own what they're trying to achieve.
They are from Bloodborne. Makes me think of a certain room in Bloodborne. Yes. that is where they're from.
Nice.
But there we go. Awesome stuff. An enormous amount of things to be accomplished.
Yeah, so much stuff you guys get done in a month. Like, I was like, when I sent my models to Josh, he was like, "Oh wow, here's a whole like 7 models that I've done," and you guys just blow it out of the water.
I don't think the Mass Effect models are 3D printed. I think they do come from a board game, or at least I have seen some similar ones in the past. But I'm not entirely sure. If Cloud2466 is here, he'll be able to tell us. Absolutely.
Do let us know, because we're always interested in where these third-party miniatures come from. and seeing, what they look like and what other options are out there, because, we're all just a fan of painting in whatever forms it may come in.
There you go. Cloud2466 says, there are some who call me Tim. It's from the Modifius board game. There you go. That's where they come from. I'm always impressed with what everyone gets done in a month. I know. This is more than I did this month.
Yeah.
I
mean, you and Adam always do a ton.
I've got a lot to do as well. But I think I can't remember how many I did in May now. It's been a little while. I say that. It's been 15 days. 15 days is already halfway through June. Oh, God. Anyway, no, amazing stuff, Cloud. Absolutely fantastic. If you're painting up Bloodborne miniatures, might I assume that you are maybe also enjoying Night Rain? Maybe, I don't know. I've been enjoying it. It's good stuff. Are you doing a Sand and Bone Gaming Pack painting vid, Josh? Well, mine turned up today, so I haven't had a chance. Not today, yesterday. So I ordered one 2 weeks ago and it's now arrived, and my GHB hasn't turned up yet, so that's fun. Yeah, Games Workshop did not send me those, so I, like everybody else, only received theirs yesterday, so we'll have to see. I played a little bit. I'm crap. Oh, it's fine. I am as well. That's the point. We just get better and better. Someday I will release the footage from my Elden Ring playthrough for the painting video for Malakath the Black Blade, and you will all be treated to the 7-hour incident I had with Draconic Tree Sentinel. There were many deaths, many frustrations, and I got very, very annoyed.
I mean, you're probably doing a lot better than I would. I haven't done any Elden Ring at all. One day I'll get there, but first I got to work through a couple other games.
Yeah. Will you paint the Sand and Bone terrain? I will eventually. I just need to find the time to do it. Shouldn't take too long, but I just need to find the time. Anyway, thank you very much, Cloud. Next up, is there any Night Rain minis or 3D prints about? Because Wilder, 10 out of 10. John Elden Ring, you mean? Yeah, favourite character to play as well. No, we're gonna get dragged down. We must move on to Tattooed Zoologist, who unfortunately is not here, but has painted a couple of Puscoil Blight Lords, 5 of the finest putrid Bloke Kings, and a Spoilpox Scrivener. He is, of course, not here because he's currently at Download watching The Venga Boys and McFly. It's the only thing I've seen coming out of Download at the moment. 7 hours. Yes, Edward 705. I had an incident with Draconic Tree Sentinel. We won't go into it because you have to fight him in Night Rain, and I haven't had an incident with him there, but I did in Elden Ring main game, which prompted the Great Stars, the double Great Stars build. Anyway, again, we're getting into Dark Souls territory. Yeah, no, I mean, Behold, Tattooed Zoologist has done quite a lot of stuff.
Yeah, again, love that. Love all the Nurgle stuff that's coming out, but I mean, just the blending on the wings there absolutely stand out on the rise.
Yeah,
both the blue and the green, but especially the green going into that sort of lighter, almost going into yellow, into that darker green. It's just wonderful blending, and really offsets the rest of the miniature fantastically.
Yeah, I like how, like, with the tones as well, that he's managed to get out of, like, in the Putrid Blight Kings, it does kind of look like if you lifted up a rock and you discovered Nurgle was under there. Do you see what I mean? It's quite dank.
Yep.
Dank, dark, and wet, which is, perfect for Nurgle.
But it still has a ton of like color variation in there, though. It's not like it's like, oh, it's all just brown and green. There's actually like a lot of different colors in there, and blue as well. Like, you don't really see much Nurgle with blue, but it makes perfect sense for the little flying creature. So yeah, it's a wonderful choice.
Yeah, no, it looks fantastic. Really, really good stuff. It's after the Mirkwood army, right? Yeah. No, trust me. There's a at the moment, we're getting into my schedule now. We're looking at, I'm completely slammed up until mid-July, but then I have a week off, and that week off will be used to paint things like Middle Earth, and all that good stuff. Because we do now have Thranduil on Elk. It is here. Hopefully Gwai here becomes available in the meantime.
Finally gone back into stock.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I think it immediately went out again. But then they had 2 or 3 on the shelf at Warhammer World, and I was like, nah, I've already ordered one. Yeah. But there we go. Nice. Great stuff, Tattooed Zoologist. Thank you very much. Hope you're having a good time at Download Festival. And I hope you enjoyed the Venga Boys, if indeed you went and saw them. That's not a week off, Josh. Okay, but I don't have them, do I, Laura? I don't have time off. I work all day, every day.
I mean, we try to convince him to have like a day off, but
yeah,
you know,
I've got a weekend off in July,
usually,
in where I'm going to the Golden Ticket Warhammer World Championships event at Warhammer World. That's a day off, right? That's 2 days off of playing Warhammer.
I mean, if you're not painting or editing, so yeah, exactly. We'll count that.
Especially if anybody out there wants to send me, Joe had this stupid idea, and I really like it because I don't actually think it's that bad. It is to take an army of nothing but prosecutors. You can fit, what was it, so 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, 33, 36, something like that. I have 6, so I need 30 more if I'm going to do it. But there we go.
I mean, there was one year that I took 36 Black Knights and 3 Librarians to a London Grand Tournament when it was like in its first or second year, and did quite well, but it was definitely kind of a bit of a meme list.
Yeah. One time I met you and suggested you take time off. You looked at me like I was crazy. Exactly, GameX. Time off in this economy. Honestly, if I take time off...
We do try GameX. We do keep suggesting it to him. Maybe he'll listen one day.
Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll work myself into an early grave. I hope Alice isn't watching right now. Anyway, thank you very much, Tattoo Zoologist. Next up, we have Lakuba 13 with an absolute classic Dark Angels Primaris Lieutenant. I love this model.
It is like the most Dark Angel of all Dark Angel models. It just captures the vibe perfectly. And man, you look like Lakuvi, you're well known for doing very crispy miniatures, but your white here is especially crisp. Really, really well defined.
Yeah, it's really nice as well, right next to that sort of very dark, moody green. It's just, as Tales from the Mustache says, very clean. It is very, very clean. Very, very good.
But then some very precise shading, especially in the plasma and also in the chest there as well. Some really, really lovely. I'm assuming you've done walls or contrast to get that, but really, really lovely work to show off all that detail that's there.
Yeah, 100%. Couldn't agree more. There's a juxtaposition of the light and the dark here present in one miniature, which makes a very impactful, very, very, very cool miniature. And it's very difficult to balance quite often, but you've done it really, really well, especially when you have what is essentially a bone color as well thrown into the mix.
Because often it's a case where the robes are done in bone, but I love that you've gone for the bone for the chest and then a different color for the robes to give it that a little bit more contrast and variation.
Yeah. I just want a message then. I'm going to pay you to take a day off at home. I hope Alice isn't watching because she'll take you up on that 100%. Or prosecutors like custodians. Oh, no. Winged prosecutors for the Stormcast Eternals. They're the new ones with the wings and the fire, and they're gorgeous. And I have 6 painted, but I'd have to paint many more to run the all prosecutors list. I got called away and missed my entry, but I wanted to say thank you for all the super kind comments and words. My entry theme was that these 6 characters saved me from dropping out for the month. I got a little burnt out on painting spearheads. You're a legend, James. Well done for painting them.
You were painting so much. It's fine to take a bit of a quieter month. My quieter month's not painting much at all.
Why is
you painted a whole bunch of characters.
Why is everyone suddenly talking about holidays? Come on now.
We're coming into summer, that's why.
Oh yeah, good point. Shame they're easy build monopose though. No, I like that, Dan. That's why I like them even more, because I can put them together in about half an hour. That's why I think they're fantastic. No, but this is lovely miniatures. Thank you very much, Lakuva30. Good stuff. As always, next up we have Joshua Holmes, who says maybe the frog will be the one that saves me.
Yeah.
Here we are.
I do love these
The whole.
miniatures.
I'm going to go and find his submission so I can... No, didn't tell me what it was. So, Old World fans, you will know.
It's the... Yeah, I think it's like an elementalist wizard or something along those lines. With frog familiar.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't remember. I've been painting commission for months now. It's a breath of fresh air to paint my own grey shame. Tell me about it, Croatoan. So eventually we'll get there. The leaves are fantastic across the back, but yes, the frog is the star. The frog is the star. All critters are the star.
I mean, always going to be, right? I love the little smoke trail that is coming off his pipe, and then there's the glowing sort of orb or whatever's in the bag. But yeah, it's some really lovely choices of points of bright colour across the miniature to draw your eye into different details, like the mottled leaves on the back, for example, or all the things that the frog is holding, and those like different just spots of green amongst the wizard.
Well, and just the lovely autumnal colours as well. Makes me feel nice and warm.
Yeah.
In a good way, rather than hot and sweaty like I feel at the moment. It's very, very nice. And then of course you've got these kind of, it's a very, very grounded set of two miniatures first and foremost within the colour palette and the colour choices. But then you have these kind of elements of the other world unknown, with the crystal in the staff and the jade. Hanging things around the either side of the beard, and like the hanging doodad on the staff as well, which is just gives you a very interesting we'll use a music tone tone and timbre of model that you're introducing fantasy elements to a real world paint job, which is very, very, very clever and looks very, 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 very cool. Even as we're talking about a frog smoking a pipe,
but it's very grounded.
Yeah, but it's very grounded. It's very realistic.
The tone of the skin of the frog is very naturalistic, which perfectly contrasts with, like you said, the magical elements.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. Love the model, and the paint job is fantastic. I couldn't agree more. It's the Empire Elementalist and familiar. If anyone's looking for it, out of stock at the minute, unfortunately. There you go. That's what the model is. I'm willing to fund him to take a day off if you keep him from working. Okay, but not... I do occasionally have days off, guys. I just don't tell everyone about them. We're going to see... what's he called? Noah Khan in a couple of weeks. That'll be a day off. Trust me.
Nice.
They do happen. They do, I promise.
But weeks off, very rarely. I mean, to be fair, you're trying to keep up with GW's release schedule, which is quite relentless these days.
Yeah, exactly. Street P, thank you very much for becoming a member. That is very, very, very kind of you. That takes us to like 69 new members today. Amazing.
Nice.
Amazing. A day off is you sitting at home in leather shorts, not working. Okay. Well, I'll need to buy some leather shorts then for that. No, wait, hold on. We didn't get 1,000 members, so no leather shorts for anyone. Next up, thank you very much, Joshua. Very, very good work. Excellent stuff. Next up, we have Dr. Steve with an absolute ton of Emperor's Children here. We've got some Flawless Blades, we've got some Exactors / Infractors, and we've got 6 of the finest of the Noise Marines as well.
And I'm assuming perhaps one of his early miniatures as a side-by-side comparison.
I'm assuming that also.
Which is,
you'll have to tell us, Steve.
See how far we've come. I mean, the new stuff just looks fantastic. So much really, really great detail. I love the basing as well that you've got on it. The orange, I think, works really nicely with the very pale green and pink. Yeah, it's just everything is just really nice and clean and well defined on these.
Yeah. No, absolutely they are. Again, another excellent example of the vibrant green offsetting that beautiful pink. It's just, you look at it and you go, Slanesh, very much. Oh, Slanesh. Do you know what I mean? In a good way.
Yep.
Space Marines have grown a lot in 30 years. They have. They've grown quite significantly. Especially in the
to be
last
fair, it's
10
allowed
years.
us better and better models, so you kind of forgive them for it.
I do kind of wish that they would make old Firstborn scale miniatures that have as much detail as they do now. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'd like to see it.
Lord of the Rings is smaller scale again to them, and some of the new like Rohan miniatures are mind-blowing in terms of what they can do in terms of detail these days. So you're right, if they did like some original scale Space Marines, it would be interesting to see just how much they could put into them in terms of dynamic poses and detail.
Yeah. 1 second, I need to plug my clock in. The battery is very low. It's keeping us honest with the amount of time. It's how we time things. Now it's charging. Okay, we're all good.
Yes.
There we go. Could you imagine paying 40 quid for a box of 10 at that original scale? Well, we wouldn't be paying that if we were at that scale, I would assume. Maybe. Scaled Workshop.
Well, you can probably fit more on the sprue, so maybe you get more than 10.
Yes, and one would hope. They should make an intercessor box full of Firstborn Marines. Oh, here he is. Mr. Adam.
The enthusiasm is palpable.
Because now I've got to go and fix the stream again.
Sounds a lot like a you problem.
I'm just going to remove you.
It can be a disembodied voice.
Oh, it's alright. That's how I like to appear these days.
Go on, turn your camera on, because I'll fix it and then your camera will break it again.
Alright. Hang on. There we go.
There we go. See?
There we are. A vision in green. Ugh. Fucking hell.
There we go. Now everyone can see you.
I can't join you for long, unfortunately. But I've got like 45 minutes to an hour, so.
Okay, let's just rattle through them then.
Yeah. Great. Love that. There we go. Done. What was your favourite? All of them. You're all wonderful. You're all wonderful people.
Yeah.
Thank you, Laura.
Yeah, all of that is
Laura
true.
Laura says Happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to all the other dads out there.
Yeah. Happy Father's Day indeed.
Indeed, absolutely.
Also, people were very impressed that you still got as much painting as you did.
Oh, mate.
Adam.
When he goes to sleep, that's pretty much it. It's going to slow down a lot more now, though.
Yeah, for sure.
Croatoan, thank you very much for becoming a member.
Oh.
Yes, you were very productive, Adam. Well done.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. I pressed the wrong button. There we go. But thank you very much, Steve. Now that Adam's here, we'll go on to the first one with Adam included. We have Jonathan Justin with some pink horrors.
Sick. A lot of pink, isn't it? Between the Emperors, between Dr. Steve's Emperor's Children, or purple, pink and purple. It's all very on theme.
Yeah, lots and lots of pink. It's that kind of. It's a pink kind of month, I would assume.
Sweet.
And next month it'll be a blue kind of month, I reckon.
Yeah, I was going to say that the blue's probably coming back, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, these are awesome. Well done, Jonathan.
Yeah, they look great.
I like a bit of. Oh, hello. Some who call me Tim.
With 50 more gifted
Another 50.
Bloody hell! Well done.
A 50
Heard the word
bomb.
member.
Tim, you are too much, and it's brilliant.
They call me Pink Member.
I love pink. Thank you very much.
Lost his genitalia in an unfortunate accident involving voluptuous pink. No, but more seriously though, Jonathan, these are lovely, very very nice. It's good to see some pink horrors, man. They're such cool little dudes.
There are some who call me Tim. Says no one talks about my member. Thank you very much. We'll
can
stay away from that.
Well, you've now got another 50 of them.
We can celebrate it. Oh, is this like? Hang on, how many is Tim on?
That would be 110 on the day.
Yeah, thereabouts. And he also tried to make Josh cry as his stream started as well.
Yeah, I mean he's already managed it. I'm hot and delirious. It was going to be even easier to do that, but thank you. Thank you so much. There are some who call me Tim. It's very, very generous of you. Thank you so much.
What a lad.
Brilliant to see.
Very, very kind of you. Jonathan, pink horrors. Yes. Lots of lovely pink horrors. Lots and lots of lovely pink horrors. I don't know, Jonathan, if you're with us, but I found the banner to be the single most impossible model to balance of all time. I don't know if that's the experience that you've had trying to set them up for photos. Is it nigh impossible? Because it's so big and it's just leaning 100% forwards.
It just falls over at every opportunity.
Yeah. But no, you've done an incredible job here. Again, that pink's not easy to do. It's bright, 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 bright pink, all over pink as well. But yeah, no, they're absolutely fantastic. Very, very good stuff. There are some who say he feeds on streamers' tears. That sounds about right to me.
Must do. Yeah, love the basing as well. It's a very classic kind of scheme, but I think you've got the. I always forget what the effect paint is called. Yeah, that's the one. But it's great to see it on things that aren't Nurgle because, as you can tell, like it works across many different color schemes, and that very natural. Even though it's slimy, it kind of has the same effect as like putting some green tufts on the base, where it gives you that color contrast to the pink, which works really nicely.
They're invading the garden.
Yeah,
famously
maybe.
They are always going at it. Nurgle and Tzeentch.
Go!
There you go.
Because Nurgle wants to preserve life, and Tzeentch likes to change things all the time, which Nurgle doesn't like. And so on and so forth.
Well, isn't it more like Nurgle's like change into entropy, into decay, whereas like Tzeentch is like, yeah, I love change. Wait, no, not like that.
Yeah. It's all cyclical. Everyone's got a problem with everyone else. There we go. Lovely stuff, Jonathan. Great, good stuff. Next up, we have Vessel Function with a Primaris Phobos Librarian of the Raven Guard, no less.
No loss.
No loss.
Oh man, I mean the camo pattern here is just impeccable.
Yeah, it's really good, isn't it? Didn't they do that on the box art for like when they originally released this? It had this camo pattern.
I think it was similar. It might not be the exact same, but it's a similar kind of camo pattern, but
and he's
just executed to perfection.
Yeah, smashed it. That's great. It looks really, really good.
Yeah, it does. It's beautiful. I love the angular patterns that are going on here, especially this kind of T shape, the bone T shape on the left hand side. That's beautiful. It's so precise, so crispy.
It's good because you can't be shot by battleships.
Yes.
At sea.
It's definitely protected on the open waters of Earth, of which there are none.
That's the reason why they do it.
Can't see him. No, I really like it. I really like the detail. I mean, the whole thing is very nicely put together, and the camo is excellent. But like on the wear, on the leather, on the gloves, and on the I guess leather kind of coat he has underneath the camo cloak, on the chest, there's a lot of like the wear detailing, which is really, really nice.
Yeah, and also I really like the blue that you've chosen for the Force weapon as well, for the Force sword. it gives it that effect of almost glowing because the blue is so luminous, and then some lovely crispy highlights on top as well. And then some brilliant transfer work really puts that sort of finishing touch on the piece.
Yeah, very nice. Really good altogether.
Yeah. The blending that's happening here on the Force Sword as well, bottom right. You got that kind of two-tone that's going on there. Lovely, lovely blues. Looks absolutely fantastic. Again, always quite difficult on the librarians because they have a Force Sword that is blue, and the librarians themselves wear blue. So it can be an overloading of blue, but we do have the really good clear distinction between the two blues. Well, three blues because of the blend that's going on here, which is very, very nicely balanced. Very, very well done, Vessel Function. Good stuff.
Nice.
Lovely, lovely. Thank you very much. Next up, we have James Miniatures with the Pulpit.
Junith.
That's the one.
Junith Arusha, that's it.
Yeah.
Yes, I couldn't remember the name.
I never remember her last name, but I do remember Junith.
Judith. Richard and. No, she's this is lovely. This is really good. Love that work on the stone as well. On the eagle and the steps.
Yeah, the stairs are especially
really
lovely,
nice.
having a little bit more of that sort of like brown colour show through as well, and then lovely bright vibrant flames there as well.
Yeah.
The red
no,
really offsets nicely against the black and the white, and then the bone of the marble.
Yeah, and Junith looks suitably severe, shall we say? And I like the contrast.
Really crisp blacks and white there.
Yeah, I was going to say the contrast between the black and the white and the bone is just really nice. Oh, I'm going to shut the door in case you can hear my son crying his head off.
Here we go. Duty calls.
No, I'm still here. I'm still here.
Okay. Welcome back. Yeah, no, I like this a lot. You've got this kind of marbling finish that's going on, at least photograph at the angle that we've got here, especially on the steps. You see how it feels a little bit cleaner on the front of the pulpit, but on the steps it's just a little bit more worn, a little bit more scratchy, in a good way, and it looks absolutely wonderful. It's just a nice balancing of the color across the model. Yeah,
I like the use of the sort of bronzy gold as well on the fleur de lis, and also on some of the details on Junith and the little Inquisition symbol on the front, or the Holy Church symbol, I should say. It's really nice.
Yeah. James is here and says, "Thank you, everyone. Was nervous on all the marble."
That looks really good.
No need to be. It looks fantastic.
Fantastic. Highlight of the miniature.
Yeah. I really love it. Really good stuff. What's the name of the one with the banner? Agatha.
Do you mean Agatha Dolan and Astrid Thurger?
That's it. I always want to call Junith Astrid Thurger, but I know it's not the case. But there we go. Slight tangent. But no, lovely stuff, James. Really, really good job. Really, really nice. Next up, we have Croatoan with another of the sisters of the Adeptus Sororitas. This one is Adam
Hospitaller.
There you go.
It's not what I'm here for. I just name models. This is great.
Between the two of you, again.
I love the Hospitaller model. I remember when I got it when it came out, because it is like you've got like a mini diorama going on, because obviously you've got this sister on the base as well who's like dying, and I guess she's giving her the sort of last rites, as it were. Interesting for someone who's sort of supposed to be a healer. But she's like, "Quick, I must look at my book." But yeah, no, I think Croatoan's done a cracking job here. The contrast on the robes between getting all the detail in the red inside and the white outside, or the cream outside, I should say, like the off-white, is really, really, really nice.
Yeah, agreed.
And all the detail work on the writing as well, from the book to the scrolls, is just brilliant too.
Yeah,
I mean, there is a lot of scroll here, so that's a lot of tiny little lines, and they all look fantastic. So, great job.
Yeah, Yeah, it's really, really nice, isn't it? And the like again, the gold on the sister, both the sort of sister on the ground and the metallics generally, I guess, and then on those little sort of details on the Medicaid pack that she's got on the Hospitaller herself are really nicely done. You did a great job here, Croton. This is really nice.
Yeah. You because you've got so many different kind of, let's just call it soft cloth colours. So you've got the
and
paper
parchment and book and doves as well. Like there are so many of those light colours.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly. So there's the pages of the book. There's the cloth of her robes. There's the paper, and then there's the doves as well. And the fact that they were all reading as different colours, whilst also staying kind of true to that kind of. Oh, and also the hair of the fallen sister as well. I was going to say that. Because you've got all of those.
Everything.
You got all of those different colours that are very bright, basically reading as white or off-white, or pale sand, for example. But you balanced it really nicely, Croton. It's really, really good.
Yeah, no, it's
I don't know why, but I feel like
just like little flecks of colour with the red, and then like little purple in the syringe as well, and then even just having a more sort of neutral green base on there too.
Yeah.
Wasn't Pale Sand the first album by your jazz band Soft Cloth, Josh?
That's Thanks. I'm glad somebody remembered. Honestly, it's where I made my name in the 80s. Before I was born. No, great stuff. Awesome. Next up, we have more from the Children of the Emperor, the Emperor's Children, from Conic Melter today, where we have some Noise Marines and a family photo as well, which I believe Conic Melter said in your submission that you took that photo at an event, and I'm intrigued to know how that event went. For you. I'm a poet, I just didn't know it. And Street P with the £50 super chat sticker saying super effective. Street P used donation. It's super effective because I am super appreciated. Super appreciative of that. Thank you so much. That is very, very, very kind of you. Thank you, Street P. Soft cloth.
Soft cloth, yeah. I told you, she's jazz band. Speaking of jazz bands, this little ensemble here is very nicely done. Really, really nicely done. I like you've gone with the classic. I mean, I say classic. It is a classic scheme, but these models have only been out, a month or so. So, but I really like what you've done with them, Conic Melter. They look really, really good. The white, sort of off-white faces. I remember when Josh did them on the tutorial for the Noise Marines. I still need to paint mine at some point, and I really like the way they look. And you've done a great job here with that kind of blending into the green tubing as well, and then all the little green details on things like the plumes. It's suitably excessive.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, Conic Melter fantastic, and I like.
Go on.
I was just going to say I like how there's a touch of more like purple in these as well, or maybe that's just the camera, but like it really helps to blend well, having a couple of different shades of that sort of pink and purple.
Yeah. I was just going to say, Conic Melter says, came 16th out of 16th, but I won the painting competition. Rightly.
Did you have?
Well, there you go.
And also, did you have fun? Because then it doesn't matter where you came. And well done on the painting competition, obviously.
That's always the most important.
We're a painting channel, so if you win the painting competition, that means you technically won the whole tournament. Grand champion in my book. It's better than I do. I've been to 2 in the last month, and I've come second both times to the same spearhead. Rich, if you're watching, really good stuff. These are excellent.
These are lovely. It's really good to see.
It's always by like.
Oh, go on, Rich. Sorry.
It's always by one vote. I was going to say, because this happened to the both of us, it's always by one vote when you voted for the winning entry. It's like, if you just voted for yourself, you would have won, but we were both too honest to vote for ourselves and voted for the other people.
You're not enough of a bastard, that's the problem. No, I really like these Conic. I can see why you won the painting competition. They're excellent. So well done. I like the fact I assume your possessed are like flawless blades as well, which is cool. Wait, but they were the other month, weren't they? The possessed flawless blades. I believe so. Yeah. Okay. I do remember these things. But yeah, no, really, really cool, man. It's lovely to see the whole army together as well in the family photo.
Agreed. Just really, really, really well painted all round. Lovely stuff. Well done. And congratulations on the painting competition. Thoroughly well deserved. Adam, are you the one who's going to be building Thran Daddy and Smauggy Boy for Josh? No, Adam will not be building those for me.
Can you get Thranduil now? Because I really wanted him for ages, and he was out of stock on their website forever.
He might be in stock at the moment. I ordered one. It's here.
Oh, nice.
Might be able to get you one from Warhammer World in a couple of weeks' time. It's not a popular miniature.
Yeah, because it's made out immediately. Because it's made out of resin nonsense, isn't it?
Forge World resin nonsense.
Oh, that's okay. That's good resin nonsense.
Forge World's that's all right.
Yeah. No. Awesome stuff, Conic Melter. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Avelian, who comes at us with some Dark Angels from the Age of Darkness. And a return to form as well. Avelian said he was bored of painting skeletons, so he went back to a classic, and here we have some of the finest of the Dark Angels.
Not to disagree with you, Avelian, but you were bored of painting skeletons. You were like, what legion can I do that uses a lot of bone colour in it? I know! You weren't that bored of painting skeletons, were you? No, these are...
Well, he obviously likes the colour scheme, just wants different miniatures to put on.
Well, and also these guys balance out their, bone color stuff with their love of scar, as evidenced by some of the leg pieces there, which you've done a lovely job on, I should say.
I mean,
yeah,
such crisp colors again that we've seen. Lovely, deep, rich blacks. Beautiful. It's kind of like a retro red, is what I want to call it, which goes perfectly with the Age of Darkness, Horus Heresy stuff. And then a lovely cream on there. I assume that has to be some sort of transfer for the banner, but I haven't seen it before, and it looks brilliant.
I believe
so
it is, yes.
You're getting kudos either way.
That's lovely. It's really well done.
I will say, speaking of Rich, I believe the model on the far end that's kind of pulling the sword out of go is just our friend Rich in Dark Angel form.
It could well be. I believe this. I think a lot of this comes from the Command Squad upgrade sprue. If Avelian is here, correct me. There's a lot of very cool models. Pieces in that Command Squad. Upgrade sprue. It's very, very cool.
Yeah, they're just really nicely done. Like the scheme works really well. It's so clean. You've got all the little details to say, like the checkerboard stuff, and the sort of the little where you've done the metallics on the skull belts and things like that. It just looks really nice. They just look lovely. Great little squad, and you know what? Yeah, a nice change from skeletons.
And some lovely simple swords that just. Sometimes you don't need a good dual effects because a simple metallic actually works really, really well, especially across a whole squad.
Yeah,
very kind of medieval knight aesthetic, which works perfectly with the Dark Angels.
100%.
Nice.
Good stuff, Avelian. Lovely to see the Dark Angels back. We'll get even more on the go soon, I'm sure. Next up, we have Ice Phoenix with Adam.
Oh God!
Hexmark.
That's it. Hexmark Destroyer. Yeah.
That's it. The Hexmark Destroyer. Yes.
That's the one.
The man with all of the pistols.
Jeffrey Guns or something. Like, I don't know.
It was an era like this one came out at the same time as the Genestealer cult Gunslinger as well. So it was an age of gunslingers for 40k.
Yes. More pistols than is strictly necessary.
Yeah. Oh man, this takes me back to like what 8th edition, 9th edition, probably 8th edition. When I guess in 9th edition, I'm saying everybody got a relic pistol in their codex, which I still kind of happens occasionally. But back then, it was
no one ever took. There was like one or two in the entire game that people took, but otherwise,
I still think we need to do at some point. We'll have to find the old rules and everybody bring, Hexmark. You can bring the gunslinger one from Genestealer cults, whatever he's called, Kelamorph, like you said, and just give them the relic pistol and just see who's got the worst relic in the game. of 8th edition.
That would be fun to do.
I'm pretty certain there is one of the Space Marines Codex has a relic combat knife, so that's probably the one that was the worst.
Really well.
I mean, you will be bringing a knife to a gunfight, so
Exactly.
I will say, sorry, but to Ice Phoenix's model, this is really lovely. What is it, Zarakan scheme with this kind of the goldy metallic, which is really nice. And I like the fact on your orb. Everyone loves an orb. We love to ponder an orb, and this orb has like a bit of kind of detail in it. It's got a bit of different colouring between the darker and the lighter green, which is really nice. It looks like it's sort of swirling and energetic.
Really helps.
He's got energetic balls.
That glow effect for sure.
That's what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. It's this was I think this was probably one of the better Necron models that came out during the time. Just 'cause it's just so characterful and wonderful.
It's not like anything else that's in the range.
Yeah,
Edward pistol hands.
Exactly, and I'm a big fan of anything that has more pistols than is strictly necessary. Same as any.
More
they
guns
don't
than
ever
sense.
make. Yeah. Well, they don't generally tend to make these days Games Workshops. They don't make many miniatures that have more knives than strictly necessary. Do you see what I mean? Whereas
Sure.
you think of a lot of
the closest you get is Tyrannids with many different limbs, but that's about it.
Yeah. Well, and you think of like some of the like if you think of other like sort of pop culture references and stuff, quite often somebody will have a significant amount of knives that they'll never need to use. So it's just one of those things that Games Workshop needs to bring in. But yeah, it's beautiful. It's really, really good stuff. Ice Phoenix 100. Well done. Lovely little treat for us. But we must move on to our next contestant, who is Forgefather Histan with, I think it's Trench Crusade. If he's here, you can explain it to us.
That's exciting. And that's very exciting because my Trench Crusade miniatures turned up like on, what day is it today? Sunday. They turned up on Friday. So I have them in the box. I need to build them. So seeing your Trench Crusade miniatures, I'm always excited.
We had some before as well. And it's a funny thing with Trench Crusade where I never know if they're the official models, third-party miniatures, or just stuff you converted themselves.
Well, I mean, one of these is a Stormcast, so
a mix of all the above columns, really.
There's the first Trench Crusade warband, the Red Brigade of New Antioch, and maybe the Combat Medic will save me. Is how he's put it into the theme.
That is really cool. That is really cool. Yeah, I mean, we've talked about the candy red armor before, the metallic, and that's it. You know, people in the chat are saying it is really cool.
It's so vibrant as well, and to see it actually in person and see that sort of luminous properties to it is just brilliant. I'm assuming this is a paint that has this color rather than contrast over silver, which sometimes you can get the same effect.
We asked this before, and he did tell us, and I cannot remember what it was.
No,
I'm sure.
I'm assuming it's a specialist paint because the results are so consistent here. And if it isn't, obviously incredible work, but it still, even with it, you applied it so well, and all the trim and all the details are just wonderful that it really stands out.
There you go, mostly made from Perry miniatures. Oh, that's cool.
Nice.
I like the doggos. I think they're great. The dogs you've done, they're fantastic.
Yeah.
The battle pups.
Everyone loves a dog on the battlefield.
Everyone loves a battle mutt, yeah.
We do. Or what they call them Canids.
Yeah, there you go. Red AP speed paint over silver. I think Forgefather, what we'll do is
it is speed paint over silver. Nice.
Put that down on like
even better.
I'll put that down on a post-it note and pin it to my screen because I imagine we're probably going to ask the same question.
Probably going to come up again. But yeah, brilliant work because the application that you've done is so smooth that I just thought it was a specialist paint.
Yeah. It's testament to the skill at work.
It's great.
And let us know in the chat, Forgefather, have you done like many games of or had like a chance to play Trench Crusade? Like, how have you found it? What was it like? Just let us know because I'm interested. I've got my guys in boxes still right here, so at some point I'd like to play. Maybe I could give you a game. I don't know. But yeah, let me know.
No, lovely stuff, Forge Father. Vulcan has done. Really good stuff. If you liked those two battle pups, we've got another one for you in the form of Alaric's submission. We have another battle pup. But we also have 2 iterations of Luke Skywalker. And you did give it a name. I'm going to go and find it. 1 minute. The battle bots. Chat will probably get there before me.
This is Battlemech?
Yeah, I believe so.
Battletech, isn't
Battletech.
it?
That's the one. I was like, mech's not quite right. Yeah, and one for Luke miniatures as well. Are they Legion scale? Like they're not Shatterpoint, I believe, because those are slightly larger. So does that mean that these are Legion, or are they from something else?
He looks a little short to be a stormtrooper.
Maybe they're from.
The Battletech bots are the first Somerset strikers from the 80-90s Battletech propaganda cartoon. There you go.
Nice.
So you say the Somerset strikers? This is like a West Country squad of mechs, because that's the greatest thing I've ever heard.
It is spelled SOMMERSET, but maybe.
All right, there. Want to get me robot?
The leader is called Taunton. Imperial Assault Star Wars miniatures. There you go. That's where those ones come from.
Imperial Assault. I was just about to suggest, are they from a board game? Because I knew Imperial Assault was a thing. But yeah, I don't think I've seen many of the miniatures from them, so great to see them on the channel.
No, they're lovely. They're lovely. 2 very, very distinct moments in the franchise of the best trilogy of Star Wars. And very, very evocative of those moments as well. Blaster Luke, you know, the in the Death Star. No, bang, bang, bang.
Yeah.
Whilst Darth Vader vaguely stamps on an empty robe, which I always found quite funny. It's just.
I really wish they'd done a little bit longer at the end of Return of the Jedi, so that when Anakin comes back as a Force ghost, he could turn around to Obi-Wan Kenobi and say, "You know, when I killed you, and you told me that if I struck you down, you'd become more powerful than I could ever imagine. Well, you didn't, though, did you?"
No. Well, in some ways he did.
I mean, sort of. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Don't get me started.
He was able to talk without a radio. You know, what more power do you need?
Use the Force, man.
Yeah, I mean the BattleTech robots look fantastic. I particularly love the one from second from right. It's very evocative of the 80s and 90s.
It's like super Japanese samurai giant robot.
Yeah.
Yeah, very much so. And then I love the bright colours, especially on like the blue one and the green one. They definitely give that sort of 90s vibe to it.
Yeah. I like the camo pattern as well, like the striping, I guess, on the guy in the middle.
Mm.
And the fact these are all from Somerset is just, honestly, it's just fantastic.
Planet
just can't get
Somerset.
over that.
There's a whole
Put the
planet
cream
on
on first. Anyway, no, that's Devon and Cornwall, isn't it, with scones?
Hotami Tar Chi. There is a variant that has a giant sword. Oh, there you go.
Of course there is.
Naturally.
I've been lucky enough to live in Tokyo, and this is like every like shop that you go into in Akihabara has like a giant statue of one of these, and it just has a ridiculous sword. And again, in like Japanese anime, it probably would be from like a fantasy version of, or not a fantasy, but a sci-fi version of Somerset.
If you could have a suit of armor in your house, Alice asked me this, and when I say Alice asked me this, she didn't actually ask me. I just proffered the answer without prompting. If you could have a suit of armor in your house, what would it be? And chat,
like any suit of armor
question as well. Yeah, a replica of, not the one that was worn by the actor or whatever.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Obviously.
Sorry to be pedantic, but are we talking like a film or from history?
Whichever. It's your choice.
Oh, that's a tough one.
Yeah. Second. Because like stuff like Lord of the Rings doesn't have like a ton of suits of armors apart from like Minas Tirith warriors, for example.
But what about like
Theoden
Theoden or Aemma's armor is pretty cool from Lord of the Rings, I'd say.
Potentially.
Or armored Boromir.
Or you could go cool. Yeah, or you could go the other way and go sci-fi and go like a stormtrooper or something like that, which I know people have.
Yeah.
I think
I mean,
my first thought is just like generic sort of medieval knight, but I'm trying to find like a good film reference for that where it was like a really good example of it. And it's just
A Knight's Tale.
Currently haven't thought of one yet.
What about
Knight's Tale is good.
what
There's some
about
good ones in
old,
Game of Thrones as well.
What about old Maximus from Gladiator? Because then you could do what they do in Gladiator 2 and pretend to be Paul Mescal and put it on and fail to act properly.
I haven't seen Gladiator 2 yet, so can't comment.
So Adam
Mike-
watched Gladiator 2 recently and has thoughts.
It's an abomination. What it is. Anyway,
Is this the new Ocean Keeper?
Move on. No. It's no because no. Right, sorry. Hang on a second. Because Aquaman, I laugh at, but it's stupid and it knows it's stupid, and that's fine, right? And I just find that funny.
Sure.
Gladiator 2 was taking itself very seriously. I really like Gladiator 1. It's universally acknowledged to be an excellent film, and they basically just dug up its corpse and pissed all over it.
Yes. We've got some options. We've got Sauron, King Elisar's armor from the end of the Return of the King, the Lich King's armor, Iron Man, the Terminator, the newest version Terminator, Iron Man, yeah, all good. I would long for a set of Theoden's armor to go with my sword, because I'm a Rohan fan. I'm a Rohan stan, one would say. But there we go. Lovely stuff, Alaric. Thank you very much. Next up, we have another Emperor's Children offering here from Dan with a full, basically an entire army here. Although that is an entire army. Actually, just looking at it,
The full grim, you might call it.
Some might say it is the full grim.
Captain Mannering, I can't tell you how I really feel because the stream will go on forever, and also like we want to look at people's lovely paintings. So maybe we could do a separate stream where I just get ranted about movies. But anyway, this is really
there
lovely.
Are plenty of movies and media that we can all rant about for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we'll just do a talk show. We just get annoyed at various media properties.
I
This is
you're
definitely
getting it and not me for Star Wars for once. That's good.
No, I deserve it. To be fair, I've just been watching a lot because, like, with a very young child, you do spend a lot of time just like stuck on the sofa. So Kelly and I have been deliberately watching movies that some good, some maybe not so good, and she hadn't seen Gladiator 1 fully, so we watched Gladiator 1 and we're like, well, now we're going to watch Gladiator 2, and yeah, it was terrible, but we'll talk about that another time. Back to this by Dan Elliott, The Full Grim.
Yes.
This is just pretty bloody solid, isn't it? I love the use of the iron hands on the base of Full Grim as well. That's really cool.
Yeah, it's excellent.
Very nice.
It adds
Also, just
it adds
it's
the
such a
layer
lovely
of
purple there as well.
Yeah. The basing that you've done there on Fulgrim, Dan, adds the character to the model that the base of Fulgrim is missing. That's the surprising thing about this Fulgrim miniature that's been released. I mean, it's a very characterful, very busy model anyway, but that rarely stops Games Workshop from overcompensating on the base as well. And the thing that surprises me is that with the Fulgrim miniature is that there wasn't any form of scenic thing put in there to anchor him around or anything like that. For example, if you look at the Marathi model, for example, she's wrapped around a great big pillar, which for painting wise actually makes it significantly easier because there's not this void in the middle of the model that you've somehow got to get in if you, like me, don't paint sub-assemblies. But there we go.
It also lends more contrast as well to the model, and something a little bit different to the paint, more colours you can introduce, etc., etc.
Well, I think the other thing is with Fulgrim as well, and why Dan's here looks quite as good as it does. I mean, apart from just the paint job being excellent, people in the chat are saying like the purple's really nice, the blends are lovely, the gold is lovely, and it's all true. But I think what brings it together, as you say, is that when you look at Angron, he's kind of hunched over, so he sort of takes up all of his base. And obviously he's got like the skulls and the blood and stuff on the bottom, right? I'm just going to look at my model, and yeah, he does. He's on like a sort of platform, isn't he? And then like Magnus is tall, but he's kind of evenly proportioned, and then his wings stick out, and he's T-posing, and you can build in different ways, but his nipple horns stick out. So again, he kind of dominates his base. I don't know why, but for me with Fulgrim, I think it's because he is the snake body and it's kind of curled up at the bottom. he sort of doesn't take up all the room on his base. So without that additional thing, be it a column or something else, or even like a tactical rock, right? It doesn't really he doesn't dominate it in quite the same way, and he's just kind of leaning over going, meh. Whereas here, this is like a diorama. It suits Fulgrim so well because you've got the Iron Hand at the bottom who's clearly like, okay, well, I'm dead, but I'm going to try and shoot this idiot. He doesn't care. He's so arrogant, he doesn't give a damn.
Yeah.
It also,
beautiful.
he poses in, he's like he's about to lunge forward. He's set up, and then he's going to lunge and, throw himself forward and cut everyone to ribbons. So putting something in front of him like that gives him something to pounce onto.
Yeah.
I'll be back momentarily.
Makes sense. Yeah, I agree with all of the above. I just really like what you've done to place it within a realm. The basing absolutely just takes that model up the notches that it needs to. And of course, like they said, the paint job goes without saying. I mean, the purple's lovely. The fade you've got going across the snake body, absolutely spectacular. Lovely stuff. And just generally really, 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 really good stuff. Awesome stuff.
Yeah,
Dan.
no, it's
Really
brilliant.
well done.
I really love the color scheme here with that gorgeous purple having a little bit lighter on Fulgrim, as well as him having more of those gold accents. But then the Iron Warriors on the bottom had that more sort of darker feel, which goes really well with the darker feel that you've got across the whole army. And then these just like little pale pops of like a very light green across the army brings everything together. Love a good accent color. But again, everything's just a little bit brighter and pops a little bit more on Fulgrim because he is the centerpiece.
Yeah. Great stuff. Well done, Dan. Next up, we have Darksider with 3 of the finest Kurnoth hunters, a branch witch, and some tree revenants. Not sentinels, they're something completely different. From the Sylvaneth. Dan says, Dana, it's black, white, Zenithal, Talasar blue, then white, Zenithal again, then Luxion purple, all in airbrush. Well, that's the thing, is I couldn't tell that was airbrushed. So that's really, really good stuff. Awesome work. But yes, look at Darksider's lovely Sylvaneth.
These are lovely as well, aren't they? There's such great blending work here on the bows, and then on that, hair branches on top of the Kurnoth. And I actually really like the super dark bases in these just little pops of color. And then to have the rims actually a lighter color than the rest of the bases, I don't think it's something I've seen quite in the same way before, but it really helps to, because you've gone so dark on the bases, it gives it that outline to help your eyes sort of focus and map out exactly what's on the base. So yeah, I think really intelligent and suits that sort of a little bit more menacing theme that the Sylvaneth can sometimes have.
Yeah. No, I agree. Echo all of that. I really like the quiverlings, I believe is what they're called. How you've gone for the slightly different colours on their their claws and mandibles and stuff. Again, just adds a little bit cool, kind of more of that kind of ethereal. The kind of it makes them feel. It puts a lot of variation into the models, which is not something you often get with a lot of Sylvaneth, because they're all trees.
It can be hard to find that sometimes because they're so easy to do in simple colours, and you can get them done so quickly. So to put the extra effort into here to find those places to put the extra colours is really lovely to see.
Yeah, no, it's really, really well done. I particularly like the red mushrooms there on the chest of the of the something. I can't remember the name of the champion. It does have a name, but I can't remember. Do the others have YouTube? Do Rich and Adam have YouTube channels? Is that the question, Blethen?
Adam, I think, used to have one, but doesn't really do anything on it these days. I do not. Yeah. But you can find us over on Instagram, where we do post a bunch of these miniatures. So if you want sneak peeks or any of the other stuff that we do, you can find us over there.
Yeah. See, you're a professional at this. Darksider says, thank you all. Oh, you're very welcome, Darksider. Thank you very much for sharing them.
Oh, these are brilliant.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Next up, we have Black Dog Minis, who makes a triumphant return to Tale of Many Warhipsters with a Lord of Plagues. Lord of Plagues? Lord of Plagues. It is Lord of Plagues. Lord of Blights. We've already seen one from James
between
Matthias.
the two.
Here is
Blights,
another offering of the miniature.
Oh man, this, yeah. Again, brilliant basing there with the sort of dark and light contrasts. And then you just really let your incredible work that you've done on the skin there shine. Again, atmosphere of this model is fantastic with the little sort of bit of wood behind him, and then the really dark metals, as well as the wood there, really helps offset that very pale skin as well. So I think a really, really smart choice of colours here.
I'm glad I've come back with some AoS.
Yes, this is a Lord of Blights. I just
Yes.
looked it up. From
Awesome.
Black Dog Minis.
Oh, looks really good. Yeah, I echo everything that Richard said. I really like your use of the verdigris as well on the metal, on the hammer, and well, all over him. Really, looks really, really nice.
And all the like kind of gubbins that's going on the chest as well, on the tummy.
The
That's
maggots.
what mine looks like sometimes.
I hope not.
Depends on how.
Who
much
are you,
I eat.
Asmongold? What's going on?
I mean, just like anyway, it doesn't matter. I get covered in food sometimes, especially when it's hot, and I accidentally eat with my t-shirt off, and then I drop it on me. I normally don't, but very occasionally I will make a mess. Anyway, don't know why we're talking about that. Just thought I'd share that with everyone. Share that with the class. But yeah, no, this is great stuff, Black Dog Minis. You've balanced out very nicely all of the color tones that you've got going on here. It's a very much a focus on flesh here with the Lord of Blights, but it's not dominating the model at all. All the other colors have their space and are really nicely proportioned around the model to make it all. Everything reads as it should. Thanks everyone. It was a really enjoyable mini to paint. Oh, it's good, Black Dog.
You did a great job.
Hello. That was some Josh Deeplaw. Oh, I don't share it often, but when I do, I share everything all of the time. 'Cause I'm an open book.
Oh yeah, I agree with Street P. Stop, like the stream, people. Come on.
We're one away from 50, at least according to my calculations. 50 likes. Can we get to 50? Can we get to 69 likes? That would make everyone really happy.
Nice.
But there we go. Black Dog Minis, really good stuff. Thank you so much. We must move on to our next contestant. Next up, we have Old Man Noz with some of the finest Middle Earth. We have Thorin Oakenshield, we have Boromir, we have Haldir, and we have Hammer, who unfortunately loses his life to a very large wolf.
I know, but
And still does not have a mounted model at all.
Yeah, he doesn't, does he?
Literally doesn't do
There's a couple of
anything.
models. It's not quite as bad as Grimbold not having a mounted model, but also Grimbold isn't in the game anymore, apart from in Legacies. Yeah, no, these are brilliant. And funnily enough, Hammer does actually have some pretty decent rules this time.
Of course
so
he
there's a bit
does.
more
Of
reason.
course he does. He's a bit part in the story, so of course he becomes an auto take in every list.
No, he's not an auto take. He's a much more of like a niche weird take if you're doing an all foot Rohan army. So it's like a very niche army that you would have to bring him with, but he now does give a little bit more to that army by making everything count as double for objectives. So like there is much more of a reason to bring in this edition, whereas last edition he was just a captain with an extra point of might. So
yeah,
I like what they've done with the rules for him.
So he doesn't have a rule that's like, we cannot let you before Theoden King so heavily armed, and it's like
it just disarms all enemy models.
disarms all enemy models within 12 inches for no reason whatsoever.
Unless they've got a wizard staff, in which case he can't take it. Right?
Yeah, he just gets fooled by every wizard.
Yeah. I told you to
That'd
take
be pretty
the
wild
wizard staff.
set of rules.
No, I will say just on Orb, I mean, these are fantastic, and everyone in the chat is right about the faces as well, looking really good. But I also, and I think somebody called it out, Street P, yeah, the cloth, the work you've done on the cloth across all of them, I mean, cloth and leather, I guess, is really, really, really nice. It looks really, really good.
Yeah, brilliant work there. And obviously, having painted a thorough myself, lovely work on the blue there. And these are small miniatures, funnily enough, so to get all that detail
tiny,
work that you
aren't
have in there is just fantastic to see.
Yeah, it's not easy at all.
Yep.
Yeah, man. No, well deserved. Old Man Loves. These are great. More, please. More, please.
Yeah, brilliant to see.
That would be an intelligence roll. He can't take a weapon based on intelligence. There you go. There you go. Thanks, everyone, says Old Man Nods. Oh, you're very welcome. No, really well done. I have one of those Haldir miniatures to do for the Galadrim video in the future.
I think I've got most of these miniatures. Hammer's the only one that I don't have at the moment, and he may end up getting added eventually anyway.
Rich, he's up on my shelf. I'll send him your way, mate, because I probably won't get round to painting him.
Well, no, I'd most likely get him if I picked up Gamling, because he comes in that set. So then I'll find these for
what I've got him and Gamling with the banner as well.
Yeah.
I love that in the ride out list you can take Gamling with the banner, but Gamling famously does not ride out in the film.
Someone's got a banner, and that's all that counts, right?
Sorry,
Gamling sends word to the women and children to make for the mountain pass and barricade the entrance. That's what Gamling does.
Yep.
Listen, Gamling doing a good job. Stop hating on Gamling, all right?
I'm just saying, he shouldn't be in the ride out list. That's all.
Well, in Wargatak he doesn't get the banner, so
sounds like somebody's Uruk-hai got touched by Gamling, and now you're not happy.
I would never play with the Uruk-hai. Only with the Rohan. For Rohan, the Rohirrim.
How dare you?
I missed that, but we'll move on. Thank you very much, Old Man.
I said the Uruk-hai great.
Oh, it cut out halfway through. It just sounded like you just went, the Uruk. Cool.
Cool.
Ghouls. Lovely stuff, Old Man knows. Next up, we have Pridders, who submits an absolute ton of the finest hunters in the galaxy. The Kroot are here, and they're not going anywhere anytime soon because they're all brand new models and they look fantastic.
Yeah, I think it's the first time I've seen them with icy bases, but man, does it work! Especially with that darker scheme with the more like browns and metallics.
I like the red quills. Yeah, I like the red quills as well. It's like a nice little standout, and the kind of more yellowish brown leather.
Yeah, definitely. Fantastic color scheme that you've chosen for here. Like we've pointed out, some lovely subtle changes between the different shades, and then great offsets with the reds. But yeah, it's the choice of then going for snow bases is such a big contrast, but it's such like the right choice because it's got quite a dark scheme where if you went for very dark bases underneath, there would be that potential for some of that detail in those colors to be lost. But to have such a big contrast really allows your color scheme to stand out. Yeah,
definitely. I love it. These are like the nicest looking gathering of space chickens in the galaxy.
Yes, there's a significant presence of them as well. Yeah, I like it because they're so like tonally dark, and then like others have said, to make them as dark as you have, and then with the bases that you have, you create that full juxtaposition of the darkest it can possibly be with the brightest it can possibly be, and that makes just for a really, really, really nice kind of initially it's two-tone, right? But then you have all the little details that kind of sit around it, which is very, very, very cool. It's very striking. It's very sinister in many ways.
It is. Yeah. It's just nice to see the Kroot done like a bit differently, because they're normally done quite bright like in terms of their armor and stuff like that. It's like quite bright colors, and that's the beauty with the Kroot, right? Because they are what they eat, so you can do them any color you want. So I this is just like a cool take on them that you don't often see.
Yeah, Predator says,
very
thank
much
you
so.
everyone. Bases match the rest of my army, so had to make the scheme work around that. Well, there you go. That's an interesting way
Great
of
job.
doing it.
Oh yeah, it's funny because my Seraphon are fairly dark red, and I've been tossing up what I should do for the bases, and I usually do like fairly snowy bases, but I was like, but that doesn't really suit Seraphon as much. But this might have inspired me to do those lighter bases because it offsets the darker colours and the reds so well.
Snowathon.
Yeah, it's good. No, lovely stuff, Britters. Well done. Next up, we have Street P with a chaplain on bicycle.
Nice. On bicycle.
Very nice.
I was faster, brother. I must hit them with my Crozius.
A chaplain on a pedal bike. That would be interesting,
Yep.
wouldn't it?
I would have been roaring off. He's just like.
I think that would arguably be more terrifying because a chaplain. Space Marines don't get tired, right? So they would just cycle forever. You might be able to stay away from them, but you do have to stop for petrol. He doesn't.
He's winning. He's winning the
It'd be
turn.
slowly coming towards you.
He's winning. I mean, it'd be funnier if he was a chaplain on like a real old timey like penny farthing. That'd be brilliant. But no, he would definitely win the Tour de Macragge for sure.
100%.
Yep.
It's really, really good stuff. I like it a lot. Really, really,
It's
really
classic,
well done here.
Yeah. Some lovely.
It's such a good model, isn't it?
It is really good.
I was going to say that the black is really done nicely, and you've got some lovely highlights on there as well, which, you know, it just gives it that little bit of extra edge and a little bit extra detail, and there's that sort of emphasis on like bits of weathering around the black as well, with, you know, some more of the scratches there, and then just some lovely clean colours for the rest of the model. It's great.
Yeah, and it's a good example of where you've got basically effectively 4 colours, right? You've got red, gold, well, bone as well, but so 5. But like red, gold, black, silver, bone, right? And it still looks really, even though it's, there's no great mix of colours, it still looks really, really good, and every detail is picked out. It's really, really nice.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. I
much
agree
so.
with all of the above. I really like the rock as well that you've done it under, because similarly, I mean, it's a black armored space marine on a black armored bike on a black rock on grey ground, but everything's reading, and it's black tires as well, right? So everything's reading as what it is. So again, right? I always talk about balance these days. You've balanced the model really nicely. It doesn't look like you primed it black, painted in the other details, and left it. It looks like you spent a lot of time on all of the different black colours that are there.
Well, the bike itself has a bit more of like a matte finish to it as well, which is then slightly different to the armor and then slightly different to the tires.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So, really well done, Street P. Thanks, everyone. Lovely comments. You're very welcome, Street P. It's what we do around here, of course. It's the Tale of Many Warhipsters.
Keep up the good work.
Yeah, exactly. Good stuff, Street B. Next up, we have Laminated Pigeon with an Alpha Legion in a Mark 6 in a stupid custom colour scheme with weathering. I'm reading it. That's not my opinion. That's Laminated Pigeon's statement.
It's rude.
Because maybe Zinch is going to be the one that saves them. Brackets.
Yeah,
Parentheses. He's not.
But yeah, no,
There
that
you
makes
go.
sense with the piecing of the bolt gun there, and then also left shoulder pad. But I have to say, like, really love that green. Assume it's I guess again contrast paint over silver. It's a really great job. And then you just got those extra bits of silver to pick out between. But that sort of like bluey green is just lovely.
Mm.
Yeah, I
What
like
I
the.
really love about the pink and blue on the shoulder and the gun. I don't know if anybody watches a lot of telly from the 90s and the noughties, the early noughties.
Yeah, I think I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, if you watch it on streaming services now, if you watch some of those old episodes and your telly has a HDR feature or something like that, you get this weird artifacting now whenever. So for example, especially in medical drama. So I watched House very recently, the early episode of House, when one of them walks into a brightly lit room with a white coat, the white coat is no longer a white coat, it's a blue coat because of all the artifacting that's going on. And like Alice has been watching episodes of ER recently as well. Similar thing, right? It's just where they've color corrected it and it's not right for modern televisions. This is what it reminds me of, and it's not a bad thing at all. What I mean to say is that you've got that Tzeentchian element in here. That's how it reads to me, as it's digital artifacting for the eye in a really, really nice way. It's very, 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 very cool.
I was going to go a lot more basic than that and say it looks like one of those like 80s shell suits, or like
right, yeah.
You remember there was that period it was really the 80s and the 90s when like just stuff was really garish colours.
Yes.
Like and pink and blue was like one of those colour combos you'd see. That kind of, I don't know what to call it. There was that whole style of like graphic design where it was always like on the titles of TV shows where it was like weird colour combos like that. This just reminds me of that. And to be clear, I think that's great. I wouldn't even go for the Tzeentch artifact. I just think he's painted his shoulder pad like that, and that was deliberate. And his gun, he just likes it. He's a big enthusiast for the shell suit craze of the late 80s and early 90s.
Early 90s athletic suits.
Yeah.
Holy hell, Josh. I know you do box art, but that was a bit harsh. Stupid custom colour scheme. Man who hurt you. I'm just reading what Laminated Pigeon said. I knew it as soon as I saw it on there. I was like, I'm going to read that out, and everyone's going to think I said it. No, I'm just reading. I'm just reading what I've been told to read on the screen. That's all. I think it's great.
This is how the Alpha Legion get you.
Exactly. Now they've turned my community against me. I'm assuming a bomb will go off in the house or something, and no one will mourn me. There you go. Thanks, Alpha Legion. But no, this is great, Laminated Pigeon. Is he here? I'm not sure.
I think he was.
Lying, we all know you can't read. Well, that is true.
Those kids would be really annoyed if they could read. No, that's pretty good.
To borrow a statement from Nick Miller. I'm not convinced I know how to read. I've just memorized a lot of words.
A lot of words.
HDMI is corruption. It is. Because you're no longer seeing television and films from the 90s and noughties as the original artist intended by viewing it through a HD signal. Did you know that? Huh? Should be looking at things up on your VCRs through your old what are they called? CRT television.
The SCART cable. Yeah,
exactly.
And you get the excellent. Well, for those of us that were in the UK, I mean, I suppose actually that was later. That was DVDs, but you get the excellent. You wouldn't download a Space Marine, that kind of thing.
The irony is apparently they didn't pay for the music on that song.
Sorry?
The irony is apparently I've heard they didn't pay for the music on that song.
Of course.
Can we watch Tales on VCR? Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do the VCR outtakes.
Everyone does like special edition like this merch, and we're like special edition VCR for the three of you who still have one.
And if you're interested, we'll be launching the Warhipster podcast coming to you very soon on mini disc. Anyway, next up
on MP3 players only.
Thanks very much, Laminated Pigeon. Next up, we have Fake Street Spirit with Ionis Cryptborn.
That's really good. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, I really need to paint my Ionis, and I keep seeing all these really good Ionises, and I just don't have the time. Oh,
these even have the purple flowers that you love so much that I was pointing out on your miniatures before.
I know. Well, I couldn't. Well, maybe I could for him because he is kind of death adjacent, isn't he? Even though he's an order character, my purple flowers are my death.
He does come from the realm of Shaiish.
He does. He does come from the realm of Shaiish with his old crotchety dragon friend.
Yeah,
Didn't he get like prematurely aged because he went a bit too close to the Shaiish Nadir or something?
Yeah, well, and also he's pulled some stuff in his time.
He's done some things, man, and some stuff. No, this is really good. Fake Street Spirit always does a lovely job. I mean, everyone on here does a lovely job on these miniatures, but this is great. I really like the kind of age gold armor on Cathorak. Is that his name? Cathorak, the dragon.
Yeah.
Excellent. There we go. I do remember these things. I really like that. The age gold, and on Ionis, of course, is looking great with his skull in a box. Wish I had one of them to carry around. Just get it out at work. Ugh! People come into my office like that. Be like, why are you waving that at me? No reason. What were you going to ask? Yeah, this is great, and good job on the stonework as well. From the sort of smashed up cathedral that he's knocking about on.
Forge Father Vulcan Stan says, news alert, Grand Cathay pre-order next week. Indeed, there is a lot of stuff going on pre-order next week. If you're
there is.
It feels
And
like
there's
the last couple of weeks has been a lot happening for pre-orders. Like a lot of big pre-orders have come in this month.
Yeah.
There's also some MESBG made to order as well. So if you're into that sort of thing, go and check it out.
Yeah, I'm going to be picking up some of the Knights of Dol Amroth on foot because I have Knights of Dol Amroth on horse. And I realised the other day that if I am going to play with them and people shoot the horses, I now just have to kill the rider as well because I don't have any of them on foot.
Like,
So
well, I
that
guess
was
they
like,
just go
ooh.
home.
Oh,
Would
exactly.
you, Fake Spirit, in no universe have you fudged up the cloak. I mean, you're free to have your own opinions on your models, of course, but you haven't. This looks great.
Yeah, looks great.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Realised I fudged up the cloak. It should be darker. No, it looks spectacular.
Not at all.
It's really nice. It's really, really nice. A shame Miao Ying does not appear to be a part of it. I don't think she'll be far away. I suspect you will see a second
Oh,
wave,
they'll come.
as you often do these days. A second wave 4 to 6 weeks later that will be the contents of the battalion separately and Miao Ying. It would be my.
Is she
would be my
she
guess.
the black
She's the-
dragon, like the big long one?
Yeah, the dragon.
Yeah. They can't give it to you all at once, you know.
I mean,
You've got to stretch it
the
out.
thing is,
They're spacing it out so you have, you can time it with different paydays. That's, it doesn't all come at once.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
the thing is as well about the Cathay release, just to go on that for a second, is that, Josh famously has a thing about when people see a new AOS model and they go, that should make a great Primarch or something before. Right? But what I've now seen with Cathay, the Old World is a popular game, absolutely, and I think you're going to get it for Old World crack on. But I've seen a lot of people going, that would make a great Age of Sigmar army, and Cities of Sigmar army, and I haven't seen Josh complain about that yet.
No, I fully endorse that.
It would be great, wouldn't it? It would be really good.
It will make an excellent Cities of Sigmar army. That is very true. No questions asked there on that front, honestly. But yeah, no, good stuff. Well, this is great for Fake Street Spirit, though. I did have a go at wet blending the inside of said cloak, and I was pleased with that. Well done. You should be pleased with the whole thing overall, because it is very, 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 very good.
It is very good.
Yeah, no, excellent. I honestly couldn't have done it better myself, and I have done it, and I don't think it's better than yours. So there we go. Anyway, lovely, really awesome. Next up, we have Viking Minis 50. We return to the Emperor's Children, but this time we saw on wings of blue, white, and gold, with the cry of the wind, Baharoth, Phoenix Lord of the Swooping Hawks.
Yeah,
Nice.
very cool here. With those, such clean work with Baharoth's wings. But also, I just want to point out, people are doing these desert bases. We've seen this a couple of times this month already, but it's just absolutely nailing it. Those sort of slightly red tufts and the yellow on their offsets both of these models in different ways perfectly.
Yeah, what basing material are you using, Viking Minis? Be interested to know. Because I'm thinking of doing some desert bases on my my Lumineth when I get around to them.
From what I can see, I'm guessing there's a little bit of cork in there, maybe. Just some very thin cork sheets, and then some tufts on there. But yeah, do let us know, Viking Minis.
Yeah, flawless blades are looking lovely as well. I like the blending into the sort of neon purple neon pink from the sort of more pale pink that's on the top half of the models.
Yeah. I'm particularly
Really cool.
enjoying the scheme of the Flawless Blades being the bright pink and then the sort of, I guess you call it magenta, being the accent colour.
Yeah, and the face. I mean, you've highlighted there in the collage, but the face on the middle one, lovely, very well done.
Oh, hey, that's so
Very well
happy to be
painted,
alive.
even if it doesn't come across as a lovely visage.
Yeah, no, it's really well done though, really well done. And the you know what, the little again in the that middle collage, I see where you picked it out. The drug tank, which is just clearly filled with Mountain Dew, is interesting as well. You've done a great job on that.
Yeah, agreed. Did you enjoy painting Baharoth Viking Minis 50? And did you also exclaim at how ridiculously massive it is as a model? It's so big. It is such a big model, especially when even. Oh, it's enormous. If you compare it as well to the new Swooping Hawks, it still looks like the Swooping Hawks haven't had a glow up. Because it's
well, you know,
so large.
He's the Phoenix Lord. He's got to show off a bit, right?
Yeah. It doesn't need to be that big, though.
I mean, you could say the same about like Dante as well, jumping high above the rest of his army.
Yeah, but they've now given him some Sanguinary Guard that fit with his proportions.
Pretty chunky, yeah.
For a long time,
he
though, he was just like, I am twice as big as you.
He did look really, really stupid if you attached him to the old Sanguinary Guard, because it was just like, they all come up to his foot because he's standing on such a tall rock.
Behold, my army of golden children!
Exactly.
Go on!
His models, though, it does make sense.
Daddy, no!
Is he bigger than Smaug? He dwarfs Smaug.
Good lord.
Well, that would be too
flying.
big.
If he falls over on the table on any of your models, it just crushes them. That's it.
Yeah, that's how he does all.
And could you imagine a dynamically posed Smaug? Like he's still a nice pose as he is, but imagine if he was like big up, like with his wings rearing out or anything like that, like posed like this.
Yeah, good luck.
Absolutely enormous.
Good luck transporting it.
Don't give Games Workshop any ideas. They will do it. There you go. Lovely stuff. Tales from the Mustache, otherwise known as Viking Minis 50. Next up, we have Vintage Dragon with some of the Hernkin Pioneers, I believe. This is one of the Salvagers. It's one of the kill teams.
Yeah.
We've got some of the alternate gear here on these guys. Looking very, very impactful, I must say.
Cyberpunk McGee, I love it.
Oh, absolutely.
Way to create an impression. I really like this. What a cool scheme on the League of Votan.
No, it's lovely,
You know what
isn't it?
this reminds me of? It's very cyberpunk kind of esque, but specifically Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon DLC, where it's just
the insane
colours to the max, and they're just fully leaning into this. I love how fully you've leaned into this colour scheme, and you went, nope, we're doing the vibrant colours, and we're gonna be vibrant. It toughs on the base, everything. It's just brilliant.
This also does feature like one of my absolute favourite 40k models. I don't actually own it, but one of my favourite, which is the lad in the squad who's in the top picture there with the sort of like power knuckle dusters.
Yeah.
It's just, everyone else has got like a gun or an axe. Then he just went, do you want some? Do ya? You want some? Do ya? I don't know why. I just imagine that's what he's like.
Yeah, he sees the Carnifex across, the battlefield from him. It's like, cool. Everyone's shooting things with guns. I'm gonna go across and punch it.
I love you, you fucking mug. Sorry.
That's an F-bomb right there. It is 9:20. That's our one allowed for the...
Woo! Warshed! Sorry, I'll have you, you fudging mug.
Thank you. Nice. They are stunning. You wouldn't forget these guys if you saw them on a table. Oh no, or if you met them in a dark alley. Because they're just very evocative of again, to talk about the 80s. So that's sort of 80s, early 90s sort of cartoon, sort of almost like sort of comic book vibe. It's a very striking set of colours that really just kind of conjure a lot of nostalgia elements for me when looking at them, but just looks absolutely fantastic. It's kind of like if you were to make a comic of Blade Runner.
Yeah.
See what I mean?
I just feel like these guys come with their own soundtrack as well. Like you rock up to these, like whoever like rocks up to the table with these, like they have like some cool specs on, like some shades on, and just have like some like cool music like blasting out as they come.
It's
just like, yep, here's my army. We're gonna have a good time.
It's that one. It's that bit that clip everyone always uses from the regular show when the two guys have like the battle with the synths. It's like that. That's the music that plays when these guys come out. I really wish they'd make more jetpack dwarves because they did it in this kill team and they've not got a unit, and a unit of jetpack dwarves would be hilarious.
I'm sure they will. There's a Votan release at some point this year, after all.
Yeah, one character. Well done. Moving on.
This one's the chaplain. No, lovely stuff. Vintage Dragon, good stuff. Next up, we have Captain Mannerings with all manner of wonderful critters.
What are these? These are cool.
Yeah, I can't remember Captain Mannerings. You're going to need to tell us.
Yeah, you can't need to tell us all.
Is this like
fantastic?
Yeah, wow.
Guinea pigs? Is this like, you know, when you see a lot of conflicts in the real world where they've just taken the Toyota Hilux and stuck like a giant oversized gun on the back of it and it's just rocking around a desert firing things? It's like that, but with guinea pigs.
Are these from Bad Squiddo asked Flying Muttley? It's the
Bad
gunny
Squiddo
pigs.
do some cool miniatures, actually. I picked up some Bad Squiddo stuff for scenery. I really like their kit.
So I'm assuming these are quite small. So to get the color variation that you do and the patterns of, you know, that sort of more orangey brown and the black against the white is just brilliant, because I'm assuming these have to be quite small scale.
Yeah.
To
Oh,
put all
brilliant.
that extra detail in is just brilliant.
Do you see what they're called? See what Captain says in the chat? They're called gunny pigs. How good is that?
Man, that is brilliant.
Oh, I love a good pun. That's fantastic.
Is the robot on the far left being controlled by a gunny pig, or is there a gunny pig in it? That's
Is it
my
like a
question.
tank?
Yeah, well, that's my question.
Ah.
Is it a tank, or
Looks
is it
like
a
it-
remote controlled?
It's a Dalek.
Yeah. They're beautiful. I mean, you've painted them very... The little tonk is from Rocknaut. Oh, okay, there you go.
Nice.
You've done a really great job on these. Like, the markings, especially, on all of your guinea pigs, do look fantastic.
Do you?
I'm
do you
getting
have guinea
serious... I'm getting serious squirrel with a gun vibes, and I love it. If
I
no
thi-
one's
I
played
think we
that
should-
video game, you should play Squirrel with a Gun.
I think we should bring back more stuff like this into Warhammer in some capacity. I know they've got a lot of little animals now in what's it called? The American football one.
Oddball.
Rain.
In the,
Yeah,
in the
Oddball.
gnome one, you can have like a goose or badgers or a little fox that gets the ball.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think they should do that, but with this, and yeah, weird models like the OG one from the 80s that was just called Wizard with a Machine Gun, and literally was just a wizard with a machine gun.
Way back in the day. Yeah, we should get you some new battle badges for the Astra Militarum or something.
Yeah, battle badges. Yeah, that's really cool. Oh wow, these are really small. You can fit 3 of them onto a 25mm round base. Well, that's even
Oh,
more.
wow, they're that small. I thought these were 25mm, but like I
Yeah.
was thinking their base looked especially small. But
Do you have guinea pigs, Captain, or what inspired you to do these? Because they are very, very cool and they're very well done. They are very grimdark guinea pigs, gunny pigs.
Yeah. They're very, very nice. I like it a lot. Laura Brad says, at Fake Street Spirit, we had a busy May, so we both went for something quick and fun. Well, speaking of
I
that,
like it.
Laura, next up we have your submission to go alongside Captain Manrings. You'll have to tell us what this one is, because I'm not sure. But I love this.
Little Red Riding Mouse.
yeah, I mean that would be my assumption. But yeah, brilliant work. Again, such small scale. Like for reference, we know how big those flowers are, and they're not that big. But to get all the details that you have on the wicker basket there, and that's such fine, precise work, and then even the little gleam and glint of light in the eye as well, or in the inside of the ears, you've gone for a different tone of fur in there as well. So just incredible work on such a small scale to still have those precise details in there.
Yeah, it's really well done. Really well done. I like the fur tone you've got on the grey on the mouse as well. Really, really good.
No, it's excellent. It's excellent. It's just very... It's very evocative of the scene. You see what I mean? Like you've set it brilliantly. The little meadow, yeah, the little meadow, the red flowers, skipping with the basket and all this kind of thing. Just very, very adorable. It's nice.
It is really cool.
Yeah, brilliant stuff.
And so I should preface, I can probably only stay for 2 more, but I will endeavour to give nice comments.
2 more. We best make them good ones then. They're all good. What am I saying?
Yeah, they're all good.
How did you do the Wicker? I have an Iron Maiden model I won't touch as I have no idea how I'm going to do the Wicker. Well, there you go. Laura, you must tell Cloud how to do the Wicker. But yeah, no, lovely stuff, Laura. And Captain Mannering. It's really good stuff. Awesome. Next up, we have the Mini Creative with some more of the finest children of the Emperor's children. We have some of the Tormentors, I believe. Ones with guns.
Yeah.
No, this is one Tormentor with the gun, yes.
Yeah, just from different angles. I mean, we've seen so much like of incredible Emperor's children, and they're all slightly different as well. Like these ones are leaning heavily into the pink and sort of away from some of those purple tones, but the blends you've got even with that, you know, are very subtle but so well done. On that, like from a slightly lighter pink, and then further down, and same on the greens as well. It's just everything that me Creative touches is just very precisely done. Looks like it's come out of heavy metal painting.
Yeah, it's so crisp,
so
like,
crispy.
The detail around the the crispiness is the word I'm looking for. The Gary Lineker-ness of it all, around the trim on all of the armor is, and even around the little I guess nodules. I don't know what you would call them. Studs. That's probably the right word. On the leg there is just incredible. It's just really well done. This is fantastic. And that pale green color on the tassels and the plume is lovely.
Yeah. Yeah. I keep pointing out the lovely greens in the Emperor's Children. That was what I was going to say. The green is fantastic here, Mini Creative. Very well done. Alaric79X says, about to have Neapolitan ice cream. Having this model on screen is just weird. Great smooth work, though.
I mean, you can just see the details when you look at the fingers that are holding the gun on his left hand. It's just incredible, like the amount of that you've still got, like the blending and the shadows and the details that are so crisp and well defined at such a small scale, and then obviously replicates that across the whole miniature.
Yeah, it's really well done. Really well.
Yeah, like just the subtle pink shade, purple shading, I should say, on the little dagger at the belt. Is there. The decal is just so smoothly applied. It's ridiculous. Yeah. No,
and even the subtle shading that you've got in the silver. Often my silvers end up being quite, flat. But here you've taken the time to give them that little bit of extra depth to them, and it really helps define all the details within the silver as well.
Yeah, agreed. I just read Darksider's messages. What did you use for the ice cream? Because of the Neapolitan reference. What did you use for the cream legs? Darksider asks. If you could tell us, Mini Creative, we would be really appreciative. But no, lovely stuff. And so it brings us to our next, which is Ricky Drinks Paint, who has done Angron, the Lion, and Gilliman.
How is Ricky so productive? Like every month, and I obviously see it on Instagram as well. The amount of just the sheer amount of stuff you do and the level of with which you do it is unbelievable.
Anyone else would be like, cool, I'm going to take like the next 2 months to paint this Primarch, and you're like, I'll just bash 3 out in a month. It'll be fine.
I don't know why Flying Money's coming. I just read that as like a sort of slightly disapproving mother-in-law. Oh, just the 3 Primarchs, not that much.
Yeah. It's insane. Like Adam said, your workload is absolutely insane, and to have them at all such a fantastically high level. Like, these aren't simple models to paint. There's a lot of trim. There's Angron's a big model, and there's loads of different colors on there, and you've executed it, fantastically.
Yeah. If they all look like complete ass, then it would be reasonable. But they don't. They all look amazing.
Yeah.
Stop it. Too good. No, they're genuinely these are absolutely fantastic. And I've not. Guilliman is the one of these I haven't painted, and I am in awe of people who do Guilliman because. Sorry, I can't talk. I'm in awe of people who paint Guilliman. There we go. Because of the sheer amount of gold, trim, and detail on his armor. And I think you've done a cracking job picking it all out.
He gives Chaos
absolutely.
Minis a run for their money when it comes to trim.
Yeah.
Very much so. I think he probably has more than the usual Chaos Mini. Although Angron does have a lot of different armor on him.
Yeah,
but
he does, but just he's not like old Richard Branson or Charles Dance, whatever it is, Charles Dance, isn't it? Down there, he has plenty of trim and he has lots of gold detail on his shield. But Guilliman's just like another level.
Guilliman isn't trim; it's filigree at that point.
Yeah, filigree. Yeah, it's the right word. Yeah, filigree plus trim.
Yeah.
Another,
just to have
another
all
80s,
the different
80s
details
pop
on
show
them.
that nobody watched called Filigree and Trim. No, it's it's really, really good. I think these are fantastic, and frankly, stop it because you put yourself to shame. No, don't stop it. Your miniatures are wonderful, and we love seeing them on here, and I love watching them see them come up on Instagram as well.
Agreed. Crow Time says, here's the thing, painting trim is the best part of the mini every time. Yeah, it's just there's a lot of it. No, he's right. He is right. The trim is what makes the model. It's just there's always too much of it.
Hang on a minute. I think my room is being assaulted by a Tyrannid because I've got a light on. What in Christ's name is that?
Well, a Ravener has just turned up at Adam's house.
No, we have scarab beetles. I'm not in Egypt. We have what do you call it? Stag beetles, right? And I have had one fly in the room before, and they are bloody terrifying. They're massive.
Yeah.
Plus, they're endangered, so I want to get it out. I want to help it,
Well, there you go. No, fabulous stuff, Ricky. Just obnoxious amounts of productivity right there. That's very impressive.
Very much.
Well done. Are you going to leave us now, Adam?
Yes, I will. Yeah, I was going to say I will. Sorry, Adam is disruptive to stream. I am disruptive to stream. Yes, I'm sorry, and thank you very much for having me. Hopefully, at some point, I'll be able to attend for a full session. But yes, this has been lovely. I think all your models are wonderful. I'm sure the rest of them are all going to be wonderful. And now I will leave you to it for the rest of the evening.
You'll appear in chat in about 25 minutes, won't you?
Probably when I'm downstairs with him, like asleep with my son asleep on my chest. I'll drop into chat.
Yep, sounds about right.
Lovely.
All right, no. Have a wonderful week, everybody, and I will see you in the next one.
Yeah, thanks for joining
Lovely
us.
to have you.
Goodbye.
Bye. Now we'll just fix the stream again. 1 second. There we go. Lovely. I promise more MESBG next month. I'll hold you to that, Ricky. He will, Ricky. Yeah.
We must have more.
Exactly. Anyway, thank you very much, Ricky. Next up, we have Hobby ADHD, who gives us a smorgasbord of the finest of Iron Hand Space Marines. We have a Contemptor Dreadnought. We have some specialist weapons as well. And I believe we got an Iron Father as well.
Lovely.
You didn't fix the stream. You're still wearing a shirt. I'm always wearing a shirt.
Yeah, we don't get the extra camera angle from down below. That's for Tim only.
Exactly. But these are great. Yeah, I really like the Dreadnought, especially like the Iron Hand sort of insignia on the left leg. I really like how that's weathered.
That's very nice. I was going to say using the flame base and then putting that against the blue is really striking, but works so well as a color combination. And then set against the quite dark armor, it really helps the models come alive, because otherwise, it would just be the dark armor, which is perfectly fine, but to give it that little bit more oomph, like we saw before with the Kroot and the snow bases, here you found the contrast with lava, which is done really well, by the way, and then also the blue, and those work and bounce off each other quite well, because they're kind of on different sides of the color wheel.
Yeah. No, agreed. It's very Medusan, which sets them very nicely on the planet of Medusa, which is where obviously the Iron Hands all hail from. It's very, very nice. I like the blue of the sort of taser weapon on the I think it's an Iron Father at the bottom is very cool. But then like obviously that plasma pops on the heavy weapons too. Just like you said, just providing that extra little bit of like a reference of a pop to what is a dark industrial model.
Yeah. Just helps make the model that bit more readable as well.
Yeah.
As well as some of the
sure.
different color choices you've got for the armor itself. So you see on the contenter, the last cannons or autocannons, like the tip of them are done in a slightly more sort of bronze color, and it's those little things that happen across the model which help make it a bit more readable rather than just be one flat color.
Yeah. No, it's great. It's really good stuff. Thank you very much, Hobby ADHD. Next up, we have another Emperor's Children. We have another Fulgrim from Taz 2070. Just looking absolute certified box art fresh right there.
Yeah, no, this is brilliant. I would say, even better than box art, because they push those colors and got, the wings are darker, the hair and then the skin goes to a higher, to a brighter color as well. And then you've got the lovely rich colors on the rest of the models are very deep, rich gold, which is lovely. But then also the scales on the model as the tail sort of curves around is really, really great to see.
Don't let these comments go to your head, lol. If it is funny ones. Who's that directed at, Edward? No, this is incredible. I honestly, it looks identical to mine, and I'd say better. I think you've done a much better job of the blend on the tummy of Fulgrim's snake than I did. Like, I think yours is just so smooth, so nice.
Really, really nice.
Yeah. These Fulgrims are so amazing.
God, we've had so many amazing Emperor's Children models this month so far.
Oh, I see what you were driving at, Edward. Iron Hands. Yeah, okay, yeah. Very good. Considering I was on a time crunch, I think I did well. Oh, you did exceptionally well. I was gone for a week in the US.
This is what you do on a time crunch. What do you do when you've actually got time to spare?
Yeah, that's why are you showing off? I mean, sort of Tale of Many Warhipsters is for. It's
so what you're saying is you would have done 3 Primarchs, but you only had time for 1.
Yeah, that sounds about right. It's just excellent. It's exceptionally well done, Taz. Even if you were on a time crunch. No, well done. Really well done.
Brilliant work.
Amazing work, says Flying Motley. Yeah, couldn't agree more. Even sad, just before I took this image, I dropped the mini, it shattered, so I had to glue it back together and touch it up. Yeah, when I primed the miniature, I left it to dry on the stairs and came upstairs to do some work. Then it was fully dry, and then as I was coming downstairs to get something, I kicked him down the stairs. Mine exploded, so I had to reassemble mine. So I did exactly the same thing. There you go. No, great stuff. Well done, Taz. Next up, we have Stirlo with some Crypt Guard in the colours of Morgaunt.
Nice. I love how you've gone a slightly more orangey tone with some like the fleshy colours in there as well. It helps differentiate it from the very pale skin and then the bloody hands that you've got there.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like the beaten skin of the drum. Because that's skin that's been beaten. Not a drum skin that's been beaten. That is skin that has been beaten. You can see how it's kind of red raw.
Exactly. Yeah, you've kind of got the blood sort of coming out of it almost as they've used it as a drum over the years.
Yeah.
Or maybe fresh.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a distinct possibility that it is, in fact, a fresh skin. These are the fleshy to courts, after all. Ace-looking Crypt Guard Stirlo says, Captain Mannerings, the colour scheme reminds me of Sunset. Very different. No, it's very nice. It's very pretty. Like that, the banner as well just looks horrible in the best way possible.
Yeah, in absolutely the best way. And you've still got the hands sort of coming off it as well. But I do love that everyone's been going for these very pale skin within the gruesome hands and the dark hair on them. Nothing, no shade on the original recipe, but these just are so much more evocative and so much more gruesome to me.
Yeah, I agree. Very cool. Very, very cool. See, they're another candidate for me to take to AoS Worlds.
You have a lot.
I have so many candidates. I am 99%
you have a
sure
lot of
I'm
AoS
locked in on
others.
Stormcast, but
that makes sense.
Yeah. These are horrible. Nice, says Edward. Yeah, exactly. Perfect. Thank you very much, Stirlo. Next up, we have Matt with an Araman from 30k. This was one of the exciting first initial releases for Horus Heresy in plastic.
Yeah, I've definitely seen a couple of these pop up in 40k as well because it's just such a lovely model.
Yeah. Because it's because there was him. It was in the Burning of Prospero box. There was him.
That's right.
And
Yeah,
there was,
and it was the
something Fellhound.
Yeah, it was the Space Wolf. I can't remember the name of the Space Wolf character that they had opposite them, but I remember it being a very cool model.
Gigor?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, no, really, really good stuff. And you've achieved a really nice candy apple red there, I must say.
Yeah. Lovely shiny reds, but also a really crisp white, and I love the details that you've got in the faceplate there as well. Such fine work there, as well as all the different, Thousand Suns trim that you get on his glaive, maybe? Is that what it's called? There's probably a different name for it. But all the little stripes that you've got going on there are brilliant.
It does have a name. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah.
I always want to say Kopesh, but that's the sword, isn't it?
Yeah. I can't remember the name of that specific weapon, but it's similar enough to a glaive.
Yeah. First thing, well done building him. Looks very nice. Oh yeah, as I recall, he's a bit of a pain to build. I do have one to paint. It's primed. It's here. It's on my desk. Just haven't found the time to do it. So I'm kind of envious of you, Matt, for having gotten yours done in such a spectacular way. So well done. No, lovely. Next up, we return once more to MESBG with Mr. Hughes 95 with Tom Bombadil and Goldberry.
Which I love that they actually made models of these and put them in the game. They're the most ridiculous characters in the most brilliant way. I love the definition that you've got here in your shadows, as well as the highlights, and then obviously the weathering on the cloak, and a brilliant yellow for the boots. And then just a little bit of OSL for Goldberry as well.
Yeah, Goldberry's dress really, really nicely shaded. Looks really, really cool. And the face work is impeccable here as well.
Oh yeah, and again, these are tiny models, so to get this amount of detail on them, and again, such excellent color choices. Two different very different styles of blue, highlighted up in different ways, slightly more grey on top Bombadil, and then slightly more cream on Goldberry. Both absolutely perfect colour choices there.
Yeah, I agree. Also, loved seeing his unit card in the book today with question mark for my question mark for Will.
Yep, a whole bunch of question marks and a whole bunch of FAQ questions still to come.
Yeah. Lots to go. Thank you. My first attempt at doing OSL, well, you crushed it, buddy.
Yeah.
You've done such
Brilliant.
a good job. That candle reflection there upon the top of her dress is spot on. And also, like, because you've got a little bit more warmth in her face there on that side, it's spectacular. It's very, very technically brilliant. As in the technique is you know what I'm saying. I'm not saying technically
The
it's
technical
really good.
skill that you
Technical
need
skill.
to pull it off.
Yeah, exactly. It's really, really well done, Aiden. You should be very proud. Completely different between these last Primarch sets, though. I guess Tom B could be considered a Primarch of the Lord of the Rings universe. Yeah, that much is certainly true. And Fate Street Spirit says, Aiden Hughes, your development arc is off the charts. There you go. That is a very high compliment indeed. No, great stuff. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Frost Pills with some Legions Imperialis. We have a Thunderhawk gunship. We have some Storm Eagle gunships. We have some Zyphon Interceptors, I want to say, or Thunderbolts. Either way. We have some Sakaran battle tanks, some Contemptor Dreadnoughts, and we have a couple of troops in the form of some Cataphractii Terminators and some Assault Marines.
Ooh, very nice. Lots of lovely tanks there, and it just looks so cinematic when you put them all on table there. Like, obviously, having something this at 40k scale, it would be completely massive and very unwieldy and take a long time to paint. But you can get that sense of scale of that army and the air wing and all the tanks and everything at the smaller scale in a fraction of the time. It's just so cool to see.
Yeah.
Like to actually just look at it and go, yep, that's an army.
Yeah. People are asking about the purple, and I am inclined to agree because the purple is spectacular. It's such a rich purple.
Slightly darker gold. Again, just putting that little bit of detail on the bases really helps them pop and give them that extra bit of texture. And it's also a great base color because it's fairly neutral, but it's also light against a darker purple, so it helps offset it.
Yeah, I agree. It's very, very Horus Heresy. Is a Horushian purple. It is probably exactly spot on for the right color for the Emperor's Children at that time.
Yeah, very interesting.
I'm assuming it's Emperor's Children. You might not be.
Yeah, I would assume so, but maybe it's not. If it's not, please do tell us. We are wrong more often than not. But yeah, it's a brilliant color scheme that you've got going there, and we've often talked about purples and golds working really well together, but this is just another classic example of it, and just how much range and variety there is in Emperor's Children.
Yeah. It's really good. Really, really good. And like the basing as well. The basing's really, really nice. I'm assuming like the basing's done with some sort of kind of built up dry brushing thing going on there from a darker colour, because you've got this lovely kind of fading sort of thing going on. You've got the very clear defined kind of blackened lines in between all of the slabs, for example, which just makes it's really, really, really good. No, it's excellent. Really, really nice stuff, Frost Bills. Thank you. Now, it's time for something blue.
We've had enough purple, let's go to blue.
Yeah, it's time for some blue. We have Sven with Captain Titus and, just for fun, a Norn emissary.
Yeah, is that the emissary or the assimilator?
That's the emissary, I think. Oh, I don't know now.
Because
maybe
it's just the angle, but I don't see quite as big of a brain, which made me think it might be the assimilator.
Depends on the back. Maybe it is the assimilator with the the gribbly tentacly thing on the back? I can't remember now.
Maybe. Do let us know in the comments. But wonderful work of blue, and two very different blues as well. Got the slightly more purpley one for the Ultramarines, and then slightly leaning to those greener tones for the Tyrannids there. But brilliant shading work there and detail work, and to get the extra depth in all the shadows there, really nice.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a big fan of the Titus paint job. It's nice to see it actually in the wild at that angle, because I think a lot of the times you see that Titus model at the angle that it's often sold at, it looks a bit silly. At that angle, I can kind of see why.
Yeah, often these ones, when you actually hold them in your hand, you're like, oh, no, yeah, I understand this. I get it. It looks great. It's just they chose a weird angle to photograph it at.
Yeah. I'm pretty certain actually is the Norn emissary because it's looking down. I think the assimilator is looking up. I think that's the fundamental difference between them.
Gotcha.
And it also has a slightly different chest assembly with something popping out of the middle of it. Travis would be pleased. Yeah, well, Travis did in fact invent the colour blue.
Indeed. And as being well represented here.
Exactly. All the shades of blue are well represented here. So really well done, Sven. Thank you very much. Can you paint Tyrannids for me, Sven? Well, I bet if you asked him, he might say yes. Just selling somebody else's time. That's what I do now. No, great stuff, Sven. Awesome. Next up, we're back to Sisters with Illy's Celestial Sacrosancts. I believe. Yes? Sacrosancts? Yes.
I believe so. Yes. From memory, yes. I really love the basing here. Ice basing often works really well, and I love the effect of it. But to then carry that blue, that sort of turquoise, down into the base rooms is an inspired choice, and I really love it because it sells that effect without having to show too much of the blue on the base.
Yeah. It is the Sacrosancts. I'm pretty certain there's a character there as well, but I don't know the name of it. I can't Google it enough to figure it out. But yeah, these are great, and I really like the shields. The colour that we've got there on the shields. You can see how bright and shiny the interior of the shield is on the top miniature of the one second from the left, second from the right. You just see that lovely shading around the rivets at the bottom, which just makes it nice and shiny, which is really.
And then
really
to
cool.
have a red accent color on all the Sacrosancts, just like popping through, but then to be the highlight color and then the main color of the character is such a great choice because it across a whole army tie everything together because there's just these little pops of red, and then the characters stand out with that red cloth.
Yeah, agreed. I also just like the blue basing. Like, it's very vibrantly blue basing.
It's brilliant. I love it.
Yeah, which then like bridges quite nicely to the dark armor of the Order of our Martyred Lady, using the white snow to do that. It just links everything together, as it were.
Yeah, definitely. And you've still got the white reflected in the very sort of bright silver highlights that you've got off the gold and or off the silvers, but also then the white helmets that you have as well. So it's reflected and it's continued into the rest of the color scheme. It's not just on its own.
Yeah, definitely. No, great stuff, Illy. Thank you so much for sharing those with us. Next up, we have another compilation of things. We have... I clicked on the wrong thing. There we go. We have Eurofanixia with some Imperial Fist Terminators. We have some Incinerators, what they're called, Infernus Marines. We've got some Hallowed Knights. We've got some Clan Rats. We've got Trug, the Troggoth King, and we've got some Von Ryan's Leapers.
Yeah, very nice. Man, so much cool stuff on here. I mean, first of all, Emperor's Children, yellow looks fantastic. Love the red offset as well. But yeah, such a smooth and neat application of yellow. Really lovely. Always a hard colour to do, but you've knocked it out of the park. I really love the green tendrils that are coming out of the Von Ryan sleepers is perfectly offsetting the red and that sort of like pale or cracking kind of scheme. But the blending on the tendrils is excellent.
Yeah. I mean, I was really, really excited to see some Hallowed Knights, of course, and Imperial Fists. Two armies that I'm excited to do a little bit more of going forward. And your the Troggoth King looks spectacular. I should also say, Eurofenix here. That's not an easy model to paint, and you've painted it so well.
Yeah, definitely.
Trugg is such a great model. He really is. Very complicated, very beautiful, very nice. Everything that Eurofenix managed to achieve today. So well done indeed. Let's keep this train rolling, shall we? Next up, we have Kopite with Gordrak, Fist of Gork, on Moorcrusher.
Very nice. I love the paler highlights that you've got here, but to have it go slightly more towards that greyish blue, it kind of almost like gives it kind of a colder, icy feel to it. But it's different to the inner skin sort of membrane color that you have for the wings, which is more of that goes towards a yellow. But to have that extra sort of like blue touch to it as well makes it very cool and very unique.
Yeah. It's a nice kind of set of balancing that's going on here. Like, I really like your tone of yellow that complements the tone of green you've gone for on both Gordrak and on the Moorcrusher as well, because it's slightly different. It's a little bit more muted, which actually just really works with it. You know, it's not as
everything's just like slightly desaturated, which makes it. And there's a little bit more sort of brown in some of the recesses as well, and it just gives it kind of this earthy, natural feel to it. And then you've got a slightly brighter colours for the character on top, but it still gives a slightly more realism to the model, especially against an earthy base as well. So yeah, it's great to see.
No, it's really, really well done. And like this, you've put it on a big old custom base as well, so this guy is going to have some serious presence, which your paint job brings to it, but also the basing really, really gives it that feel of having a weighty centerpiece for the army, which is very, very cool. I like it a lot. Nicely done, Kopite. Next up, we have Pip 2, number 42. Maybe all the gear options caused a delay here. Again, just reading what's written on the screen. Check out this.
Deathwatch do have a lot of gear, a lot of gear on them. I love all the detail that you've got on here. There's obviously so many colors, as you pointed out, but that's the joy of the Deathwatch. You're blending on the swords, brilliant. Obviously highlighted in that final panel there, but it still comes across in the first one. But yeah, such like bright, vibrant reds against lovely, well highlighted blacks, and then all the other pops of color you've got in there. They're just absolute classic. Off straight off box art, Deathwatch, and it's brilliant.
Yeah. Dana says, "This is my partner's. He's pretty proud of this one. Is your partner Kopite?"
Yeah, as he should be.
Your partner was the Gordrak, because it's really, really well done. I see painting is a family pursuit, pursued by all within your household to an insane degree of talent, which is very, very cool. Or is it this one? Either way, the compliment is the same. There are still 2 options which I wasn't able to finish in time. Which ones haven't you done? Because I'm seeing most of them. Is it shields by any chance? The lovely power shields? What are they called? Storm shields.
Storm shields.
That's the one. The lovely storm shields that the Deathwatch have, because they do have probably the nicest storm shield of all the Space Marines.
Very much so.
Yes, says Pip. There we go. No, I mean, I kind of echo what Rich is saying, but just again, I was really wondering, your highlights on the armor are all spectacular, but the blending on the the swords, the 2 power swords on the left hand side, the blue, the green of the it has a name, something phase. I can't remember. It did used to have a name at least.
Yeah, no, it's the green sword is supposed to be alien tech, which they're repurposing. Xenophase sword, maybe something like that.
Something like that, yeah. And like all of your Xenophase, there you go. You were absolutely spot on.
Hey.
All of your
Dug into the deep knowledge of my brain from years ago.
yeah. I was going to say all of your chapter shoulder pads are just really clean.
Yeah,
which is very, very impressive. That's cool. I like it. Well done.
And Dana says it. Yes, it was the Cabbage Dragon, and the kids also paint too.
It's a lot of talent under one roof. How do you contain it all?
Very much so.
It's insane. No, great stuff. Awesome. Well done, Pip, to number 42. We're going to move on to our next submission, which is Martin Spoon with the it's an Orc Blood Bowl team, painted in the colours of the Iron Jaws, which is really cool.
Yeah. It's great to see the AoS colours coming into Blood Bowl, because we know the colour scheme works. So to put them in Blood Bowl is just a natural fit, and I love that you've gone for a very dark black as the highlight or the extra spot color. It's obviously got green and the yellow, but then the black is the perfect sort of offset to both of those, to just give a little bit more definition in there.
Yeah. And Varag Ghoul Chewer, top right. Oh, there you go. It is the Black Orcs Blood Bowl team. No, they're great. They're great. I mean, to see it in the yellow of the, they're not normally in the yellow of the Iron Jaws, right? That's really cool. That's a very, very, very cool idea. I like that a lot.
Yeah. This is, really comes across very, very well. And also, if they're playing on gravel or granite or road or whatever bases like they are, that's gonna hurt. But
yeah,
very suitable for Blood Bowl, and works great as a basing scheme.
There is Gutter Bowl, which is played in the streets. That is another option. Which is very cool. These are so good, makes me want to get some of our Blood Bowl done. I agree. I mean, I've got the Amazon Harpies, is that what they're called? I've got them to do, and basically it's the same yellow. So it's very inspiring to see, Martin. I mean, I do love painting yellow. I think because of contrast painting yellow is probably one of my favorite colors to paint now.
It's just something that, having seen the results that people get here, it just seems to be the way to paint yellow. If you're going to paint yellow, you have to do a contrast these days, because it is just that much easier and that much more vibrant. And yeah, it obviously works better coming from a light base anyway, but you're already doing that with contrast, and they absolutely nailed their contrast yellows, so why wouldn't you?
Yeah. It is indeed Captain Mannerings. I did donate it to someone who actually was going to have time to do it. I did indeed donate to Millie. Because I've got my team, and I want to do my team again, the Amazons, but I don't have time to do very much else, of anything else. So there you go.
I've always really liked the idea of just painting up one team, but at the same time, I just do not have the time to learn the rules at the moment.
Exactly. Finding the time to do it is just really, really tough. Especially given as it's a specialist game, so it's not always easy to build. So it's just, I built one of them, and I remember it being an absolute hassle. I was like, nope, these go back in the box for a while until I'm ready to deal with that. There we go. But yeah, no, great stuff, Martin Spoon. Absolutely painting Boba Fett in traditional base shade layer, and the yellow pads are proving a pain. Oh, I'm sorry, Alaric. You can do it. I believe in you.
Yeah, you got this.
Yeah, exactly. Next up, we have Good John 79 with some more fabulous Nurgle. We have another Spoilpox Scrivener for this evening, and 2 more Pusgoyle Blightlords, although I believe the one on the right is a Lord of Afflictions, or whatever it's called. The one that's mounted. I can't remember his name.
Yeah, that sounds about right. But yeah, I mean, that Spoilpox is fantastic. I love the slightly brighter colours that you've got going with around the mouth and the teeth, and then the bright blue that you've got with the feather.
Yeah, that's great. The Spoilpox Scrivener there looks just like mine. It's spectacular.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it's really, really nice. And I like this, again, the colour choices over here on the Pusgoyles, because we've got the sort of very bright, sort of almost lilac oxidey bits. Again, sort of oxidization of the armour and things. But then also just like the purple hood over on the left-hand side, and just, you know, very, very nice colour choices all around.
Yeah, they got a wonderfully grungy kind of feel to them. Is exactly what you want.
Yeah. Yeah. No, really good stuff. Awesome. Thank you very much, Good John 79. Lovely. Alaric used the tutorial by Sarastro painting for the Imperial Assault Boba Fett and liked it very much. There you go. There you go.
Nice.
Painting advice all round tonight, which I really love. No, excellent. Cool. Right. Well, next up we have Servaletta with another Fulgrim. Here we go.
Hey. I mean, the blend that you've got going from the pink to the green there on that little chest wing is just wonderful, and your gold is stunning. I'm not sure if you're using a very special gold for that, but it's just, I mean, it looks real. Like it's so bright and brilliant, but then you've got all the extra details and shading in it. It's just wonderful. Not to mention the brilliant shading that you've got on the skin there. It's really, really wonderful work.
Yeah, on the Palatine Aquila on the chest as well, you've got that. You captured that sort of pastel-y blend really, really nicely with the pink and the sort of vibrant green over the white, basically. It's really, really cool. But the gem on the right in the middle, oh, that shine, oh,
yeah,
it's so nice. It's a mirror sheen.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, there's so much to love about this model where you really got, I mean, it's also you're drawing the eye to that face because it's surrounded by all that lovely gold work, which really does shine, and it's that higher value in terms of being a little bit lighter, so it naturally draws the eye there.
Yeah. It's just another exceptional Fulgrim. So many exceptional
Yeah,
Fulgrims.
it's, you guys have been absolutely smashing it out with all the Primarchs, but especially all the different Fulgrims that we've seen today.
Yeah. You just discover something new every time you look at a different version of it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's kind of what I think is probably the testament to the model of how good it is, because there's a lot to like in various different areas, and you don't notice it all at once, and then you spot something new that you've not seen before, and you move on, and then you spot something else, and so on and so forth. So
yeah. And this is all only from one angle as well. I'm sure if we rotated these models as well, we would pick up all different types of things as well. Yeah,
I'm pretty certain there's a Be'lakor, a bit of Be'lakor's base there. The sort of it's either a Chaos Warrior or a Space Marine that's having its soul sucked out of it by
yeah, very nice.
Or it's on fire.
Goes to what we were saying before about having a little bit more extra detail on his base.
Yeah, just putting something else on there just to make the base feel more in tune with the model, which is very, very good. Very, very wise and very, very well done, Servaletta. So well done.
Very nice.
Next up, we have Gamix with some Cabalite Warriors.
Very nice. Some very crispy highlights there. And again, these are not necessarily like the largest models and the largest place to do the highlights, and they're very spiky, so there tends to be quite a lot of them too.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, great colour scheme. I think we've seen some of these before, potentially, but really love that. I'm not really sure what to call that colour, but slightly darker bronze, maybe. But I could set it off with the blue and the little purple and the flowers as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I also really like the kind of color choice for the lash whip.
Yeah, very nice.
It's just a nice kind of again, it's a separate to the blue being the sort of heraldic color here with the tabards and the kind of sash and the hair, and then you've just got this extra kind of sort of more washed out sort of slippery eel kind of is what it looks like. It looks much more organic in terms of the blue that's on display there, which is very, very cool. And again, it's just a nice
lovely
little
blending
kind
on
of
it too.
spot colour. Yeah, it's lovely blending on it, and that's what I mean. I think it gives it that kind of, it gives it a lithe quality, which is quite hard to just paint into something like that.
Yeah, very much so.
Really, really good. No, I like it, and again, I echo what Rich says about the edge highlights. There's a lot of edge highlights to do.
Yeah,
on,
these are very
Sakura.
spiky models.
Yeah, it's not like the Eldar who have lots of sort of round nodes every so often. No, these guys, it's all angles all the time.
Yeah, the Drukhari very much edge highlights galore, while Eldar are all robes and gems.
Yeah. So pick your poison. Oh, if it's poison,
Literally.
Drukhari. Yeah, exactly. No, well done, GameX. Awesome. We'll keep this train rolling. I know I've said that a couple of times, but we are on a roll tonight. I mean, it's easy. It's easy to do Tale of Many Warhipsters, given the level of quality that's on display here. It's ridiculous. Because next up we have Rev Shan with the Eagles. The Eagles are coming.
The Eagles are coming. These are the ones that will potentially save you, / will definitely not save your opponents, because they are, in the right army list, very good in the game at the moment.
Oh, yes.
We'll see how things balance out now that we have a bunch more armies coming into the game, because a new book has just been released, and also there's legacy models, which a lot of people are wanting to use and are being allowed at tournaments. But Eagles have been quite dominant. But that's nothing to say of your paint job, which is brilliant. Really love naturalistic brown, and then the slight black or the darker tips of the feathers as well, and then some lovely basing too.
Yeah, Gwai here, the Windlord, is still out of stock.
Of course, of course he is.
Beautifully painted and photographed, says Alec. Yeah, no, the photograph is very, very, very cool. It's very.
I love the backdrops as well.
Yeah. The backdrop's wonderful. I also like the little. I'm assuming it's a butterfly that's on the base.
Yeah. Or it's probably the little moth that Gandalf calls to them with.
That makes sense. That makes way more sense than what I thought.
But great detail regardless.
Where's that Eagles tutorial? Some time off. I need to build them and wait for Gwai here to come in stock so I can do him as well.
Yep.
I didn't realise they were meta. Maybe I'll just buy like 30 boxes and do all of them. Don't need to do that. Anyway.
Well, I mean, they are. It's at certain points level that they do better than others, obviously. And they just have Gwai has one special rule where he can just choose one turn of the game and stop the opponent from moving for that whole turn. So they wait until they lose priority. So opponent moves, then they move, and then they hopefully win priority and just scream and no one can move again. So you basically get 2 turns of charging without any repercussions. So they can be quite nasty on those 2 turns. So you need to try to hold out as these monsters just crash into your lines.
The Eagles are coming.
Yep.
Does everyone shout that when they're playing at the event?
But they are truly terrifying this edition, which is great, because often in the past they've been like, oh, they're fun, they're nice, but they're not that amazing. Turns out, now they are.
Yay, it's the moth, says Sean. It is the only time I've been pleased to see a moth, is in the Lord of the Rings. Every other time I see a moth, I'm not afraid of them, but I don't like them flapping around, you see. And so like, I can't concentrate. I can't go to sleep if there's a moth in the room, for example. Because I can just hear it going, as it just slams into literally everything around the room.
Yeah.
So I have to go and dispose of said moth in as humane a way as possible, which is often quite difficult because they're going mental the moment you put the light on. So that's fun. But yeah, it is the backdrop from the John Hodgson. There you go. It's from the backdrop books.
Yeah,
it's
I was going to say
nice.
it's the John Hodgson backdrop books, isn't it? Which
I think I'm
I've
gonna
seen
have
at
to
a
buy
couple
that.
of different conventions now, and been very close to picking them up because, as you can see here, they make for great photographs.
Yeah, I might pick one up. It is very inspiring. We've seen it a couple of times here now, and I might get one.
Yeah.
Cause it's just nice to have a look through because it's very cool. But yeah, no, lovely stuff, Sean. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Hell's Cleaver, where we have another child of the Emperor, and we have a Sentinel.
A lovely mix of stuff.
Mm.
Again, I really like these. We've seen a lot of dark color schemes with just like these little pops of color, which really help sell it. And it's, yeah, I think they're really, really looking great here.
Yeah. No, they're really cool. I really like this scheme for the Sentinel, especially like just with the missile and the plasma gun. Like you said, it just adds that little pop of color into what is a very dark model. It's very, very artfully done.
Yeah, very nice. Do let us know what you're going to do for the basing as well, because I'm intrigued as what you're going to do for your Astra Militarum basing and how you'll offset the grey and the sort of like green plasma there. Yeah.
No, it would be good to see. Always a fan of schemes that are different. Me too, Dana. It's always lovely to see. I like the ingenuity of you guys out there is something I envy. As you know, I get nervous when I think about painting my own schemes, because I think everything that I do is terrible. So
Not at all. I mean, I think your Krieg color scheme was a particular highlight for your customs.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. Yeah. No, I love a Sentinel. We do love a Sentinel around here. I know that they're a top favourite of Joe's, who loves a Sentinel. I just really like this scheme for it. It's just nice and it's very militaristic, but also like light art. You know, the way you've painted it, it's like light armor for a hive city's rapid response force. If you see what I mean.
Yep.
Which I really like. I mean, it's quite a hefty response to have a giant plasma gun and a missile, a hunter-killer missile. Feels a bit like a strong response, but no,
I mean, when it's in the Grimdark Order 40k, a little bit less so. It's like, no, that sounds appropriate.
No, that sounds fine. That seems all good. Nothing to see here. It's very cool, very nice. I also see you painted the mini of the month. Oh, there you go. There you go. I didn't realise it was the mini of the month. That's awesome.
There you are.
Nice. All right, next up, we're going to take a trip to the Mortal Realms with Edward705, supplying us with 5 Hallowed Knights of the Vanquisher Persuasion and a Knight Vexillor. And just, yeah, look at them.
I was going to say, we haven't seen as much Stormcast this month. Everyone's been on the Emperor's Children train. But yeah, these are great to see coming back, and more people doing them. And I mean, the silver and the blue is just such a great color scheme.
It's because no one's trying to impress me anymore. See what I mean?
They've given up on that.
It's like, nah, he already likes.
It's the second half. They've spent the first half of Tales, just trying to please you. Here's all the dragons and the Stormcast. Now they're like, we'll do Emperor's Children.
Yeah, exactly. I really like your Vexillor banner, Edward705. Very, very well done. Only the faithful, says Captain Manrings. Indeed, only the faithful paint Stormcast Eternals, because they're the legends of the Warhipster community. You're all legends before anyone feels left out. But no, I mean, I love the Hallowed Knights. I love your Hallowed Knights, Edward 705. You're doing a very, very good job of them. I really like your, like I said, I really like your Vexilla. I might have to nick that when I eventually do mine for my Hallowed Knights, because I haven't done one for them. I've only done one for the Celestial Vindicators, so that's fun. And I do need one for the Hallowed Knights. I also need one for the Hammers of Sigmar, but I don't really want to do two. It is what it is. Who will be victorious? Only the faithful. Hope when hope is dying, and all that good stuff. Great stuff. Thank you very much, Edward. Next up, we've got Mini Painting Dad, and I'm going to swap my headphones because the batteries in this ones are dying. So here we go. Here is Mini Painting Dad.
Smooth white with some very subtle but lovely chipping that you've got going on there with the weathering. But then the highlight for me is absolutely the blends that you and the crispy highlights that you've got going on the purple there on the left. Is just incredible, and again, basing work is stunning. I mean, I'm assuming there's some airbrush blending going on here because you are a master with an airbrush. But it's brilliant regardless. All the very subtle blends you've got going in both the base and then also the armor is just brilliant.
No, I agree. I was really pleased to see these earlier.
Yep.
I particularly enjoy seeing a ghost kill. I love a ghost kill. But yeah, the purple and the yellow are on the left hand side, the white on the right. I love the towel symbols that are picked out in the yellow on the ghost keel as well. I love the blending of the green and the blue on the base of our ghost keel as well. It's very, very, very smooth, and just really, really, really well executed. There's lots of lovely OSL going on up the inside of the leg, for example.
Yeah, no, I mean, you've really got the handle of OSL here, which is not an easy thing to do at all.
No.
And then again, just some very subtle weathering to make it look like these have seen some scrapes and had some cuts and scrapes in battle, but they've emerged victorious. They're not, completely weathered up.
Yeah, and like you're just showing off your basing schemes as well, like just because the woodland base with the skulls is just as good as the glowing space rocks.
Yeah,
but in different ways. It's just so
different vibes.
Yeah, and it's just excellent composition.
100%.
And that takes a lot of talent. I'm really bad at basing. I don't know if that's ever come up before. It might be a shock to everybody.
Look, as am I. I tend to put the same amount of effort into every base, which is not that much because I just do the same base to keep things consistent across the army. But here, like you said, Josh, there's very different bases, but they've been very well composed in terms of height of the bases, different textures that you've got going on the bases, and then also the different colors that you've got coming through on the bases and how they balance out the rest of the model. So, like, there's 3 different ways where your composition of your bases is excellent.
Yeah. No, really, really well done, Mini Painting Dad. He says, thanks, guys. You're very welcome. You're a very talented painter.
Yeah, thank you for submitting them.
You're a very talented painting dad,
And a happy Father's Day to you.
And happy Father's Day to you, indeed, yes. What better present than A Tale of Many Warhipsters on Father's Day?
There you are.
Hey, that's what they say. That's, in the Witch Guide to Gifts for Father's Day, Tale of Many Warhipsters is definitely up there in the top 10 because it's completely free. But there we go. Thank you very much, Mini Painting Dad. Next up, we have I've now got headphones on without noise cancelling so I can hear my voice fully, and I really apologise for everyone who's had to listen to it for the last few hours. Yamail Angmar is up next with, again, just a lovely assortment of miniatures here, and I'm not entirely sure where they all came from, so somebody in the chat will know. I feel like I feel like I'm saying Hero Quest or Conan the Barbarian or something like that.
Yeah, they're definitely giving me Hero Quest vibes. With their sculpts, they feel like they're potentially maybe like a softer plastic, but that's just me guessing. For the Barbarian, yeah, definitely giving D&D kind of Quest vibes, and my guess would also be Hero Quest, although I haven't had a close look at those models, so I'm not sure if they are exactly them.
New
Please
Hero
do let
Quest,
us know.
says Alaric79X.
There you
Hero
go.
Quest indeed,
Hero Quest indeed.
says email Angmar. There we go. We guessed right.
We have our nerd cred, even
Yes.
if it was a vague guess.
Exactly. They put up there's a new show coming, isn't there? That they've done a hero. I think it was a Warhammer Quest show on Warhammer Plus, which is interesting. Maybe
Gotcha.
we're going to finally see something, a sequel to Cursed City. Maybe that would be nice.
That'd be cool. Cursed City is definitely a fantastic box, but they just messed up the release of it.
Happy Father's Day to my father, Josh. He's a year younger than me. No idea how he managed that, but here we are. Time travel.
It's all
That's
just
how
a
we
bit of
managed
time
that.
travel, it's fine.
Yeah, exactly. But these are great. Email Angmar. I really like your. I'm guessing antagonists at the top here. Again, just like super retro, and I am so here for it.
Big demon and a small base.
Mm. No, I love that.
These yeah, these are definitely meant to be played on a board. So I can't remember if there are there's like a grid or hexes or anything like that on the board, but my guess would be it will have to be a certain size base for the grid, so they can only make the devils and demons so big.
Yeah. But then I also like that it's just like old Mortal Kombat. Do you know what I mean? The demon is all grey, but with red eyes and a yellow sword and a yellow axe head.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean?
Brilliant.
To paint it that way is so nostalgic, as it were, that it just makes me very, very happy to see it.
I mean, this box is basically nostalgia, nostalgia of the box, and I saw it. Someone doing a kind of like an ad for it. Basically being like, oh, if you were like thinking of getting into D&D, but you maybe just played some board games beforehand, start with this. This is your first introduction to role-playing games, basically.
Yeah, it's really, really good. It's lovely. Thanks, everyone. Those Tyrannids are just Iron Warriors, dry brushed over black with a couple details coloured in. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. Like, again, it's just very much like...
That's all you need.
Yeah. Like, this is what when you think of Dungeons and Dragons, right? I think of this style of artwork from a long time ago. This would be 80s artwork, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Those kinds of old...
And you've for the heroes, you've gone for those slightly more retro colours as well, which is just brilliant.
Yeah. Yeah. If you can time travel, is it limited to fathering Americans with anxiety? Because you'd have no reason to be stressed about the schedule if you can time travel. Yeah, no. So I have the power to time travel, but only to sire children who are 1 year older than me in my timeline.
It was a very limited set of time travel rules here to apply.
That's what happens when you're not specific enough with the genie. You see.
Yeah.
You just get something.
They get to make up their own restrictions.
Yeah, exactly. No, great stuff for you, Mail Angmar. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Chorboy with a Black Templars Apothecaries Biologus. Or Apothecary Biologus, because there's only one there.
Yeah.
But yeah, check him out. I mean, that is a very, very bright white, and I am here for it.
So crisp there. I mean, that is just, wonderfully crisp in that white. But then also, you've got the brilliant strong colours with the reds there, a little bit of purple and yellow accents. But yeah, just very simple, strong colours, and it works great.
Yeah. Lovely clean job on this one, absolutely.
Yeah.
You time travel to sleep with a lot of people's mothers. Nice. No, it's not even that. I just I just turn up and I just provide tips. That's it. That's all it is. That's all I'm allowed. I'm not allowed to make physical contact with anyone. Yeah, that's the thing. Such a limited power.
This is how painters are born. We are born from YouTube videos from the future.
Yeah, exactly. Super white is so striking, lovely scheme. Yeah, I mean it's so bright. I mean it's very impressive how bright it is. And then you just like kind of cutting it with some lovely kind of darker colours, like the red, for example, and the gold, and the bone of the parchment, the little pink wax seal. It's just very, like I said, we've talked about the kind of like kind of the juxtaposition of the bright versus the dark, and you've absolutely crushed it here, Jawboy, because you've gone proper dark on some of the colours, like the black of the Black Templar cross, but also just the gleaming white surface, which is very, very cool.
Yeah, definitely.
No, well done. Awesome. Now, for an absolute riot of colour, which is glorious to behold, we have Warhammer Mama herself. We have Dana with the pastel power of the Adeptus Sororitas.
I mean,
On
just
full display.
all, yeah, all the pastel colors, and it's just such a different style to all the Grimdark that we've seen, but it just works so well, and especially on such detailed miniatures like this, because the new Sisters of Battle miniatures are super detailed, and you've picked out everything so cleanly with such bright colors, which is not easy to do. Like, you can, it's actually harder than when you're doing darker stuff, because if you undercoat black and then work up from that, it's a little bit easier to hide some of those mistakes and a little bit easier to fix them. But when there's such bright colors as your pastel color scheme here, it means you have to be actually really clean, and this is like, yeah, it's just flawless of how clean this is. It's wonderful to see.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I love as well that just every single part of this model has brightness within it. Like the tips of the heavy bolters being the bright yellow that they are. Same for the hinges on the doors and the iron halo around the skull on the doors. But then also just like the majority of the sort of pink colour. And then, yeah, just like, I love just how every single colour here, every single part, like that, none of it's, there's barely, I can't see any. It's not like you've got like black casings for the guns. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything is bright, but also everything is so smoothly applied. Like, especially when it's this bright, it's when you can sometimes see those brushstrokes more, or you can see, you know, if it's contrast, some of the more like the tearing aspects or the different variations in tone. But here, everything is just perfectly smooth.
Yeah. No, it's just really, really well done. Like that's the thing. Is not only is it really well executed, it's just, yeah, I just love your color choices here, man. It's so good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just brilliant to see, and I can't wait to see like the whole family photo of all your pastel sisters.
Everyone wants to eat it in chat. Can you do? Are we going to do a Tale of Many Warhipsters, the Is It Cake edition?
Oh god, we'll get every single one of them wrong.
Oh yeah,
because you guys are too talented.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. Thank you guys. It was a lot of work. No, you can tell. Like that's the thing is, there's
so much detail on these models.
Yeah, there's just, firstly, like you said, tons of detail all over the place. Every panel has detail on it, and you've carefully balanced all of your bright colours amongst across each panel. So that's very impressive in and of itself. But the fact that just everything is so smooth and so well placed and so well executed as well just goes to show the levels of talent that are on display here. It's so good.
Yeah, it's also like so crisp. Like there's even like the fine filigree work that's done there as well, or all the different like outlines that you've got, and where those colors meet, they don't like overlap. They are the perfect sort of crisp balance between them. And even if you look at like the back door there's so many different parts where you're never content. Like if there's a change in texture, you're doing a change in color. Like you never it's like, oh, it's fine to have, I'll do all this bit in the same color. No, you are every single change in texture is a change in color.
Yeah.
And it's brilliant to see.
Dana, do Celestine like she lives in mud under a bridge. That would be quite the juxtaposition. No, excellent stuff. Honestly, really well done, Dana. It's a real treat. It's a feast for the eyes in all the best ways possible. So thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Brilliant.
Next up, we have Cody Lalone with a Fulgrim and the other thing, which I'm not sure what it is, but it's gorgeous, is whatever it is. Someone in the chat will know.
I do not know what this is. My guess would be maybe something from a video game or a Trench Crusade thing that we haven't seen before, but I'm not sure if it's... Yeah, I just don't know. But also, yet another incredible Fulgrim there. Amazing work around that gem as well, the gem itself, and then all the blending that you've got going out from that is just wonderful.
Astro Baby, thank you very much for the £2. Warhipster needs his own radio show. That voice. I have often been told that I have a face for radio and a voice for radio. And I take both as the compliment they're both clearly intended to be. But thank you very much for the £2. It's very kind of you. Maybe someday. Maybe someday we'll actually get the Warhipster podcast off the ground, as it were. That would be good. That would be good to do. Awesome stuff, Cody. But yeah, Cody, if you're here, could you let us know what the model on the left is? Because your Fulgrim's fantastic, but this guy over here, the armor is beautiful. I really love this kind of beaten, brassy, goldy, bronzy thing, whichever color, whichever metal it's supposed to be. And there are some who call him Tim. With another 20 Warhipster memberships. I think you have a face for radio and a voice for silent movies. I'm a good friend. Oh, that's very, very kind. I don't have the physical comedy for the silent movies, you see. Because let's face it, with this look, I would be in a comedy. I wouldn't be in a serious film. Not Tim, or some who call him Tim. You've been very, very generous tonight. I thank you so much. It's very, very, very kind of you. You don't have to do that. But that's very, 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 very kind. Honestly, thank you.
Flying Muttley says he thinks it might be a Conquest model.
I think it's a Conquest model. That would make sense. Conquest, the last argument of kings. We did see some of those in person at UK Games.
And they do tend to have those sort of slightly bigger scale models, or the big sort of centerpieces as well.
I think it's a Talos, says Matt. There you go. Maybe it is. Reza will tell you that he was absolutely blown away by by Conquest, the last argument of King.
He was telling me, why haven't I seen these before? Like, I didn't know these existed. Where had these been all my life, basically? And I was like, well, they've been around. They just, haven't been as, prevalent as something like Warhammer.
There are some who call me Tim with another 20 gifted Warhipster membership. Says, stop telling me I don't have to. It makes me do it again, Dad. Well, now I'm trapped. Because if I say do it again, you'll do it again. If I say don't do it again, you'll do it again.
There is no way out of this.
But I don't want to ignore you because you're being very kind and very generous with your memberships and your gifting. It's very, very... Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Cody's models.
Cody has done a fantastic job here.
Cody has done a fantastic job. Yes, it's just an unbelievable job. Again, like we've seen a lot of really good Fulgrims tonight. All very, very different Fulgrims. Fulgrims for any kind of suit and taste. It's wonderful to see. Fulgrim clearly is an extremely popular model, and there are some who call me Tim with another 20 gifted memberships.
Oh man.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's insane. Meanwhile,
Yes.
I wanted to point out the red cloak that you got on Fulgrim here is it's such a vibrant red and such a bold choice. It works perfectly with the purples and the pinks there.
Yes. I'm watching my words.
If you talk about something else, maybe you won't notice.
Yeah. Like Cody's exceptional talent at painting miniatures, or indeed our next person's exceptional talent at painting miniatures. Laucanon with a Huracan, Spirit of the Wind, in an absolutely breathtaking green scheme here.
I don't think I've ever seen a green one, but
I've never seen a green
absolutely
one.
works. And then the green and then the white swirls going down. It's such a unique composition there. It's brilliant.
It's so good. At the daily maximum. Sad. Oh. You don't have to do this, there are some who call me Tim. Thank you so much. You're at the daily maximum, so you can't do it anymore. Thank you so much. But you really don't have to do this. It's very, very kind of you. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. I have PTSD from playing against these things. Oh, yes. Yes, a lot of people.
I heard they were quite strong for a while.
Oh, they've terrorized the tabletop for a long, long time. You just can't catch them. It was just like, oh yeah, you just move 20 inches, shoot, move 20 inches again. Great.
Yeah, sure. As you do.
Yeah, obscene. But no, it's lovely. I mean, I really love the green you've got on the armor here, and then also the green on the trails as well. But that green on the armor is so special. It's very, very, very nice. It's like, it's very.
It still has that metallic sheen to it as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's very like. I don't know what the word is for it, but it's very wood elfy, but in a good way.
Yeah. But there's something slightly different to it because and I think it's because of the metallics, and you've still left the silver trim all around those metallics as well. But there are definitely those slight sort of woodland vibes to it, but it's a little bit more. I don't know what the word is that I'm looking for, but it's more something.
Yeah, it's hard to kind of pin down what the best quality about it is, but there's a lot of great quality. I mean, even like the red fox, the fox spirit within, like that tone there on the red is orangey brown, or whichever tone you want to put it towards. It's very, 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 very good.
Yeah. And it's another example of something that's just slightly off the complete opposite, like complementary color. So, green will often be red as the opposite on the color spectrum. But just going like 1 degree off that and going to that and leaning into the orange rather than a brown really makes it pop.
Yeah. No, it's beautiful. You pushed yourself out of your comfort zone, and it turns out your comfort zone was over there as well, without the use of the blue. So well done, Laucanon. Excellent stuff. Excellent. No, great stuff. All right, next up we have Abdul with a Be'lakor. Speaking of Be'lakor, we have a Be'lakor on display here with a Blood Angel as a victim, no less.
And just for you.
I should think so. If it's not a Celestial Vindicator, it's a Blood Angel.
Yeah. I mean, Be'lakor here just looks like he stepped out of box art. This is wonderful work. I really love the silver that you've got going there, all the crispy details you've got going on his cloak and on the base, all those little bits of red, either blood or lava that are flowing through, just really, really pop. I like that you've gone for a brighter color in there to make them pop in that way. And then, just lovely details on the rest of the model as well.
Yeah, it's really, really good. I mean, Be'lakor, as we all know, is the model that changed it all for me.
Yep. You even said on stream at the time, it's like, I hope this, this might awaken something in me, and then however many thousand points of chaos later.
Oh yes, 10,000 points of chaos later.
Yep, they are.
He's such an inspiring model. It's such a beautiful model, and you've executed it so perfectly here, Abdul. What makes painting this model challenging is that Be'lakor is completely black. To add definition and keep things visually interesting, I applied different types of highlights to each area. There you go. He does have that challenge. In that it's basically like the only change really for him is a grey tummy, basically. But it's still quite dark, so it goes from grey to a black, which isn't much of a colour transition at all. So I think when I did mine, there's more of a brown highlight to the wings, and there's more of a grey highlight to the scales, and then there's more of a sort of slightly different grey highlight to all the flesh, and so on and so forth. But you've done a really, really good job there, Abdul. It's really, really well done.
Yeah. And then he's on a grey base as well, but your grey base is, again, because you've gone for a very different highlight to the rest of his body and his wings, it really stands out.
Yeah. The Prince of Shadow, after all. He is the...
Indeed.
He is... he does like his shadows, does Be'lakor. He's a big fan. And I'm a big fan of your Be'lakor, Abdul, so really well done.
This is excellent work.
Thank you, everyone. You'll most likely see more of this theme in the future. This was a test model for my Lumineth army. Ooh. It's a great one to test it with, that's for sure.
Yeah. Just test. Usually someone would be like, oh, I'll just do, a warrior model of some kind. You went, nope, big centerpiece first, let's go.
Yeah, let's do it. Off we go. Nice. Next up, we have one. There are some who call me Tim would like to see, and I definitely love this. From Sylvester of Terror, we have an entire Minas Tirith army. We have Boromir, Captain of the White Tower, Boromir on foot. We have Faramir, we have Denethor, we have the character who should not be named. We have many of the Minas Tirith warriors. We have some rangers, some knights of Minas Tirith as well. Behold, this host of Gondor.
Behold, indeed.
Where was Gondor when the Westfall fell? Well, it was over here on Sylvester of Terror's tabletop.
Yeah, and I can see, some great detail on the banner there, because that banner doesn't come with a tree painted on it or sculpted on it.
Not.
You have to paint that yourself.
Yep.
I've found some transfers that I want to try out for mine, because I'm not brave enough to do a freehand, but if that is freehand on yours, excellent job. Even from this distance, I can make it out.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, just a wonderful to see the whole army. Great job all round, especially if you painted all this in a month. Love the basing and all those white trees on those shields, which take a bit of time.
I have now got in my possession a Gamling on horse, and I have the banner to obviously do at some point. And I did think
that's another one that's not sculpted on, is it?
It's not. It's completely clean. So that's one of those ones where it's like, maybe I could find a transfer for that one, maybe. But I suspect.
See, like this one, this banner is a little bit flatter, so it's easier to take a transfer. The Gamling banner is a bit more lively and would be a bit harder to do a transfer for.
Yeah. No, but it's my top favourite forever and ever will always be Rohan, but
they're brilliant.
Being able to see Minas Tirith for the first time at the end of Two Towers was very, very exciting, especially in the context of MESBG, because it was in full swing by then, having had a year of hardcore Two Towers, Riders of Rohan, and all that kind of thing, which is just amazing for me. But then seeing the return of seeing the Minas Tirith warriors and being like, oh, those are going to come to Warhammer eventually, just being like, that was very exciting.
It was such a great time to watch the movies, and then how much later then get the miniatures for it each Christmas, and it was just the greatest time.
Yeah. Those were the days, eh? Well done, Sylvester Terrace. A lot of work, a lot of models. So you should be very proud. Well done. Next up, we return to the Death Watch with Hungry Bert with Watch Captain Artemis.
Ooh, very nice. Again, there's something so classic about the black, the red, silver, and then that just a little bit of cream or beige in there as well. Yeah.
It's a lovely model, this one. It's kind of, for me, it's like the last of the classic Space Marine, and this is a redesign. Funnily enough, from Inquisitor 32, whatever it was called, Inquisitor, whatever.
Yeah, that's right. Wasn't it?
That's where he came from. That's where he originally was, and then got then he got a plastic miniature towards the end of 7th edition in that wonderful box that also had Eldrad in it.
Yep.
What was it called? I can't remember what it was called now.
God, yeah, escapes me.
Someone will know. Anyway, loved this model. It was really lovely to see it. I'm pretty certain this is Watch Captain Artemis. Might be a kit bash, actually.
I believe so. But I just wanted to point out you've got great detail going on in the face there, and also a lovely little blue sheen on the sword as well, which really makes it pop and stand out from the rest of the silver.
Yeah. This is a kit bash. There you go. It's a kit bash from. So, yeah, I thought, because I was suddenly thinking, hang on, that sort, the face isn't quite the same. But did you use Artemis as the base? Because I can't think of a Deathwatch model that uses that, unless it's just not I've completely got it wrong, and it's it's a Primaris Assault Marine. Well, there you go. Is it meant to be Watch Captain Artemis? Is that what the vibe is there? To be fair, you've humbugged me there, because I thought it was at first.
Yeah, like you matched you matched the pose almost perfectly.
Looks great. It does. As some spare Deathwatch bits, the cloak is green stuff. Oh wow, okay.
Very
well
nice.
done. That's a fully green stuffed cloak. Again, that's a skill that I'm envious of people who are able to do, because I have tried and failed miserably. It just looks awful whenever I try it. It's all inconsistent. You can see my thumbprint in all of it, and it's like, ugh. So I've then just thrown it away, because I'm not very good at that kind of thing.
Yeah, excellent work.
Yeah. Well done.
I always want to do more, enjoy it, but these days the models are either posed very well or are a bit more of a pain to convert than they used to be in the olden days.
Yeah. Masking tape's the way to go for cloaks when you're not super good at them. Like me. I'm sure you're better than me, Brendan. Happy he was recognised as such. Well, there you go, Angry Bird. You crushed it.
Yeah, like I said, you matched the pose so well
Yeah.
that we instantly were like, oh yeah, this is the official model.
Yeah.
And it took us a while to figure out it wasn't.
Yeah. No, great work. Awesome. Now it's time to return to the mortal realms. We have some Agrodon Lancers from Zarum. And again, look at those. Those are very, very, very pretty dinosaurs.
Very pretty indeed. I mean, the Agrodons themselves are honestly better than box art. Really, really incredible. Like, the detail that you've got in the eyes themselves is brilliant. But the shading work that you've got on the skin is just wonderful. And then paired with your brilliant purple Saurus Warriors on top. Also, fantastic work with your skin and your scales.
Yeah. The purple's great. It's fantastic, especially the little blends and stuff that are going on into the sort of seraphim sepia, bony kind of softer parts of the tummy, and towards the end of the snout. I echo what Rich said there about the Agrodons themselves, but the Lancers on top are just really, really, really nice. It's a very, 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 very pretty scheme.
Yeah, and then I love the brilliant sort of vibrant pops of colour. So with the Celestite weapons, you've got a slightly different colour on those, and same with the shields, and then the tails having the classic yellow and green pop of colour on them as well.
Thank you, guys. The Agrodons are the Warhipster recipe. The Saurus is my own scheme. No, I didn't come up with that, surely. Looks like you did it.
It's
really
brilliant,
good.
whatever it is. Yeah, they're really,
good.
really stunning.
Yeah. No, well done, Zarum. Thank you very much. Lovely stuff. All right. Next up, speaking of Blethen, I just saw Chris just mentioned his name. Here is a plane from Plane. We have a Corvus Blackstar, quite possibly the coolest flyer in 40k.
There seems to be a lot of Deathwatch this month, which is fantastic to see.
Yeah, I do love a Deathwatch. I tell you at one point I had about 8,000 points of Deathwatch, and I had to sell it because I was going insane.
Oh man. I had, I think, 1,500 points of Deathwatch at one point, and I really actually quite liked the list. It was when they were the worst army in the game, and I would used to take them when I was TOing events, because I could play them, and it's like, oh yeah, here's a bad army, I'll play them while I TO, if we're at an odd number. The problem was, I didn't lose a game with them.
Yeah.
I got like one draw, and then a couple of the rest was wins, which is impressive for being so terrible at the time. But if you play them well, actually pretty decent.
No, they're very cool. Zara says, still need to figure out what to do with my bases though. Have you considered like a sort of like a desert? A desert would really work with the purple and the red. And if you went for like a sort of like a dirty desert, so like say the way I would do it is I would use Armageddon Dust and then throw Agrax Earthshade over the top.
You do
put some...
like more like a yellow desert rather than like a red desert, because that's the yellow opposite being of the purple, but still having a lot of the tones similar to your Agrodons could potentially work. Or you could go something completely different, do a very dark base, because your models are quite bright, or you could go for more like a green jungly base. I mean, there's loads of different options, really.
Yeah, exactly. But Blevin says it's a very fun plane to build. Definitely the best Imperial plane. Yeah, it is. It's the only flyer that Games Workshop's made for Imperium that actually looks like it can fly, if you know what I mean. None of the rest of them do. It's very cool. But yeah, I think you placed it really nice. Like you've got like you picked out the inquisitorial eye there, very very nice. You got the stripe on the red, stripe of red on the wing as well. So really really well done on that front. And it just looks like a proper special forces plane that is on its way to deliver its deadly cargo of special forces.
Yeah. And I love the little touch that you've got with the photography there of having a little slightly out of focused kind of effects in the foreground as its prey, and then you've also put like a sky behind it as well to really set the scene.
Chris says, "Oh, who said you could nick my nid? You can sort that out amongst yourselves."
It's coming for you.
Add McFly.
They are the Xenos hunters. They need Xenos to hunt.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't make sense otherwise. I say the theft is justified. Add McFly can totally fly. Push it off a cliff and it will fly all the way to the bottom of the cliff. Flying. Exactly. I'm not flying.
It's just falling with style.
Exactly. Thank you. It's just falling with style. No, really good job, Blethen. Well done. It's lovely to see a Corvus Blackstar. I do love that model. I always wanted to get like 3 or 4 of them. There used to be a dedicated transport at one point, which was really funny because you could have loads. They're not anymore, but
it's funny. Like I always used to, when back when it was, I'm not sure it still is, but back when people were loading loads of units into it, I always would keep it empty and just use it as a gunship, and just sort of fly over and annoy my enemies with it, and it seemed to work better than it just being blown up and everything inside of dying.
Yeah, but you used to be able to put bikes in it.
yeah. Well, because you get these mixed squads with bikes and jump packs and everything, and they had to have rules to actually be able to put those into their transports.
Yeah. No, it's great. Awesome. Thank you very much, Blethen, aka Plane. Next up, we have JR Hod 03 with a older now. This is the older White King on Skeletal Steed.
Yeah. What a great time to build it with all the new models.
Oh yes, I do like this one. I'm sad that they've replaced it with the new. I mean, the new
like
one...
there's absolutely nothing wrong with this one. Like the new one is obviously still like brilliant, and it shows you what they can do these days. But there's absolutely nothing wrong with this old one as well.
Yeah. it's very cool, and like, yeah. I mean, I've painted them both. Well, I've done a White Lord and this guy, yeah, it's it's such a very nice model. Like it looks initially very, very busy, but it's actually not actually that busy. It's actually quite. There's a lot of texture on it, but it's actually a lot simpler than it initially looks, which is what's really cool about it. So
yeah, these skeletons and sort of whites always kind of remind me almost of those like Hero Quest kind of era of models, because they've got a very similar aesthetic to them, with like the winged helmets and everything. There's just something about them that evokes that style.
I've just seen, so far he wants 30 Silent Sister Prosecutors, 30 boxes of Eagles, 3 off-floor Flyers, and a second Smaug. I want none of those things, other than Stormcast Prosecutors. And that's only a maybe. I have no idea if I'd have time to paint all of those.
So 30 a box of Eagles is like an entire tournament's worth of Eagles, as in like if you gave them to every person in the tournament.
Who wants to play Eagles?
There was a photo from, I think it was a Polish tournament, where they had an entire, probably 6x4 table just full of all the Eagles that were at the tournament. It was nuts.
Excellent. But this is very, very cool, JR Hardo 3. It's really, again, another treat to see this one. And you've painted it really, really well. Again, I just like your colour choices, the burgundy and the red. The
burgundy is lovely, especially against the bone.
Yeah,
there's just something about like red and like bone color, like not Raven Guard. What's the other one? How am I blanking on this? From Dawn of War.
Oh, yes,
the chapter
Blood
that's
Ravens.
in that. Blood Ravens, that's one. I knew it had Raven in there, but I
Yeah.
forgot the second one for a moment. But yeah, that color combo is just so lovely, and it's great to see it here.
Yeah, no, it's really cool. Yeah, and like, look at all the holy rusted metal, Batman.
As it should be.
One of my favourite lines in the show, in a film of all time. So stupid. Anyway, thank you very much, JR Hardo 3. Really good stuff. Next up, we have Graham Paints with 3 Vargheists in a very pretty, vibrant red-winged colour scheme.
Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. That blend is incredible.
It's also the dark skin as opposed to the very pale skin, which we've seen done so brilliantly across everyone's miniatures. To flip that to very dark skin, and then to have this wonderful transition from purple to red across the hair and the wings, and to tie those together is just inspired. And wonderful, wonderful blending across all your Vargheists. It's just incredible.
These more so than anything, very much have the Castlevania about them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very good shot there, for sure.
Yeah, which everyone...
These are Night territory for sure.
Oh yeah, yeah. Everyone knows I'm a big fan. So to see it there, I was like, "Oh, look at that purple and the red." It's just very much, yeah. The wings are
love to see
absolutely
alternative
fantastic.
schemes like this.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's like kind of taking like elements of the Morbeg Knights but giving them proper wings rather than the sort of raggedy things that the Morbeg Knights actually have.
Yeah. I mean, like, these are slightly older models by these days, but honestly, like, the work that you guys do on them still make them like one of the highlights of the range, because they're just so versatile and can be so vibrant and so eye-catching that they can often be stand out with an army, even being a slightly older model.
Yeah, no, it's great. No, awesome stuff, Graham. They're really, really good. Because you said, like, lovely color choices, especially for an older model. Just makes it look like a newer model in many ways.
Yeah, given the old model a new lease of life.
Yeah.
Or lease of undeath.
Yeah, yes, a lease of undeath. But there we go. Next up, we have Flying Muttley, who has completed Vizek Scour and has done something mean to a Lord Terminus.
It works so well.
It does. It annoyingly works so well.
Why does it work so well, and why don't we have a model that already looks like this? I mean, you do like models at rest.
I
This is a model at
do.
rest.
I do. But it's a Lord Terminos flying money. Why would you
Not
do
anymore.
that?
I know. I mean, this is an epic pose, and you are very wise to take advantage of it and convert it. So, and a wonderful conversion at that.
Oh no, it is beautiful. I mean, it's beautifully painted. The sword as well is a particularly gorgeous thing going on there.
Yeah, the glowing runes you've got on that, they pop so much.
Yeah.
Like especially against the more naturalistic tones, and the green is like the turquoise rather is wonderful choice that you don't really see on Chaos that much. But then just the pops of the runes, it's brilliant to see.
Yeah. No, it's really, really good. And obviously your Vizix Gower looks fantastic. I've got to see
Incredible.
I got to see Flying Muttley's work in person. It's just as good in person as it is on the screen. So it's wonderful. And the rune work you've done there on Vizix Scarf is really, really, really well done. Like, it's honestly really, really good. Is this the backdrop popping up again?
I was literally just about to say another great use of the John Hodgson backdrops as well.
I think it's settled. I'm probably going to buy this book. You say it came in A4
Yeah.
size?
They come in A4 and A3.
Ooh.
Different prices for each.
A3 would be really compelling for me.
Because I think, especially for the larger models, you probably need the A3.
Yeah, I mean, I use
It's
a...
going to be a bit hard to fit into some of the for some of these. You know, the A4 might not actually be big enough.
Yeah, well, the backdrop I use on my spinning shots is A2, but A3 would probably just get away with it. Yeah, I am inspired.
Yeah, no, these.
But no, I mean, you've done a great job, Flying Muttley. Honestly, really, really good work.
Yeah, wonderful stuff.
And if I didn't say it already, I think I probably did. It was really nice to meet you at Contest of Heroes. So you know, guys, weekday Warhammer World, guys, get down there because I'm sure I will end up there again in the near future. Because it's just really good vibe. Those events, really good. But no, lovely stuff, Flying Muttley. He did say he had a spare Lord Terminos, so I will forgive you for turning this one against the God King, who would never do such a thing. But yeah, lovely stuff. Awesome. Right, next up we have the Reverend Chris Lawton with the Adventures of Barry once again. Barry asks his local friendly mage to represent him at his next appearance before the judge. Habeas Corpus won't help you, Barry. You're up in front of a hanging judge. Maybe you're going to be the one that saves me, said Barry. Sigmar Aant Domus. I'd forgotten about that from last month. But yes, the mage is the new thing here. Looking fantastic.
Gotcha. I mean, some great terrain behind it as well, and obviously Barry we've seen before. But yeah, no, the mage is great too.
People called Sigmari, they go the house. And now because of I said it last time. I said last month when it cropped up. I said I'd seen it on Instagram. A reel had appeared before me, and it had given me a good laugh. And then to see it on the screen before me was really funny and a hell of a coincidence. I've seen it probably once every couple of days now because Instagram's listening to me. They're like, "Hey, you like this clip?" And I'm like, every single time, watch it and enjoy it. And it's still very, very funny. But yeah, no, I really like your. I love this story as it's coming together, Chris. It's like the ultimate. It's like a living comic book strip.
Yeah, it's like back when Warhammer Community used to do like the comics, and there was the guy that always used to run away from all the different creatures in AoS.
I can't remember his name.
I forget his name. Yeah, but yeah, it's like that, but we're now with Barry.
Yeah, and Barry's a menace, but in the best way possible.
Absolute menace. I mean, he's there to, drink beer and shoot cannons.
And arms deal. lest we forget that horrifying scene. No, really good stuff, Chris. Thank you very much. I forgot about the comics. Everyone forgets about the comics, but they were great. Lovely stuff. Thank you very much, Chris. Keep entertaining us because these are brilliant. Really appreciate seeing them. Next up, we have Eron with a Blade champion of the Adeptus Custodes.
And I believe a head swap there as well, because it usually, like, I obviously know, I'm not sure if it has this head as a normal option, but I usually just see it with the helmeted option.
Yeah.
But wonderful work on it regardless. Lots of extra detail in that face. And then obviously we love your usual blue and green scheme. Your bases are stunning as always. I love, can't see as much of it in this photo just from the angle, but I know that blade work and all the different little energy bits you're going across look fantastic. And
yeah.
I mean, just super crispy highlights here.
Yeah, helmetless for him makes complete sense because it's such a Blade champion thing to do, to not wear a helmet.
Yeah.
Like, that is exactly it. Johan was his name, says Hungry Bert.
That's the one.
The running away comic. There you go. Hungry Bert to the rescue. Thank you very much. Lots of movement in that cape. Oh yeah, no, the Blade champion is a blender that's running towards you at all times. But again, arrogant enough because they are superlative bladesmen. So wearing a helmet would be silly. Why would you do that? You won't be able to see or smell or hear as well. So surely going helmetless makes a lot of sense. And you've done really well on skin and the eyes as well. Really well done there. And as Rich says, you just always love the scheme, the green, the dark blue of the armor, the color shifting of the armor, I should say. It's just always really nice to see. And like the power, the sort of the flickers of lightning that you've got there on the Blade Champion's weapon as well are fantastic. So good stuff. Really well done, Eron. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Kawaii Fieri with a thingy. What's it called? Broodlord or Genestealer Patriarch. Depends on who you ask and which codex.
Yes, I feel like this is the Patriarch version of the model, but I could be wrong.
I think it is, yeah.
But can be used interchangeably.
I'm pretty certain.
Yeah, that one's slightly more psychic.
Yeah. I love the electrical signal in the brain from where you're touching the brain. Got that lovely blend going on. So that's the thing that they do on the box art, which is very cool.
It's a very classic scheme for Genestealers as well. That's kind of purple and a very dark, almost greyish blue, which I believe you've done as well before, Josh.
Hydra is my understanding. It's the colour they used to be painted on Space Hulk. They were this colour before.
I was going to say, like, this is like the classic Genestealer colour scheme.
Yeah, and it's done so well here. Like I said, the brain looks really cool. But it's the psychic signal that's passing from the brain to the tip of the claw. You can see how you've got the.
I was going to say the tip of the claw there is some really lovely blending and some choices there to tell that story.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just really well done. And like how the colours match up quite nicely. It's a little bit darker on the tip of the claw because it would make sense because it's over black. Whereas it's brighter on the brain because it's a fleshy brain. So it would be a brighter colour there, which makes a whole lot of sense. It is about to perform some psychic nonsense that not everybody's going to enjoy, I'm sure. He's so insane in Kill Team. Oh, I'm sure it's insane in Kill Team.
Oh man, yeah. Like it's bad enough in 40k, let alone in Kill Team.
Yeah, exactly. I always love that though in Kill Team is when there is something that's just like, whoa, Jesus. Like there was I've talked about it very briefly on the channel before, but there was a game called Shadow War Armageddon, which I loved. And you had these prescribed sheets that you could. Yeah, you did. You played a couple of things. So you had these sheets where you played with there's very small kill team numbers. But basically, the example I'll give is if you were using a Grey Knights kill team, for example, you would probably maybe get 4, possibly 5 Grey Knights in there. But if you ran a campaign, you won a certain resource at the end of every game, that you could then use to spend on agents that would also appear in your game. That you could control for your next round if you had enough of this particular in-game resource. So the Grey Knights, you could select, for example, an interceptor, so you could have one that teleported around, with the backpack. You could have one of the gunners, so I can't remember what they're named, Castigator? No, that's something else. Purifier. You can have one of those. Or, if you really wanted to, in this kill team based game, bear in mind, you could take a Terminator or a Paladin. And the Paladin was ridiculous.
Honestly, it was such a fun game though. Like, I potentially might have had been a better kill team than kill team was.
It was so
because I think it came out at the end of the edition, similar to campaign books do these days, and we're all super psyched up about it before the new edition came out, and then new edition came out, and then a new kill team came out shortly after as well, and we stopped playing it to play those. But honestly, like, I think we played the new kill team, which has since been redone, and we were like, this is fine, but like, we had a lot more fun playing Shadow War.
Yeah, it's so good. Uncle Atom was talking about bringing Shadow War Armageddon back for his gaming group. Oh, he should. It's very, very good.
Honestly, like, we've got like a WhatsApp chat that is based on Shadow War Armageddon because that's when the chat was formed, and it was such a great game. They were all just playing it a ton at the time.
Didn't it have Munda style rules? It did, yeah. It was like Necromunda Light. It was really good.
Yeah, it's kind of the cross between Necromunda and Kill Team, I guess.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if you could have taken a Patriarch in Shadow War. You might have been able to if you'd.
So in that edition of Kill Team, they then came out with commanders towards the end of that edition, which means you could have like a Space Marine librarian in there, and that would be most of your Kill Team. I think the new edition balances things out a lot more. So if you have like a captain or librarian or whatever in there, it's not quite as OP as it. The comparison between that and a sergeant isn't quite as big as it would be in 40k.
Yeah. Given as things like a Broodlord normally get squished by battle tanks and stuff on the tabletop, in Kill Team, when you're just walking around, you encounter some Cadian shock troops. I can imagine that it's a bit of a shock. But yeah, no. Lovely paint job here, Kawaii Fieri. Really, really good stuff. I like it a lot. It's lovely. And also, Blood Angel helmet. That's a very nice nod to Space Hulk. Good old days. But yeah. He mind controls. Or it makes people jump off of tall buildings. That's fun. Nice. No, excellent stuff. Next up, we have Kumbuka with an absolute horde of Space Wolves. Yeah, it looks like a combat patrol on Ragnar Blackmane. Here they come. Hop, 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 hop. We have some Reavers. He mind controls, has the guardsman toss a nade at his friends. Well, there you go. That's even
very nice.
That's even more fun than throwing themselves off a building.
I mean, on the Space Wolves here, wonderful work. I'm just looking at the librarian up there, which is definitely stealing the show at the moment. But the frost weapon is incredible texture and highlighting that you got going on there, because it's not just like a clean like white highlight along the blade. Like along the edges, you've actually got the texture to replicate the sort of feel of ice, and then you've got wonderful weathering, all the sort of runic details, and then brilliant work on the hair and the eyes and the face as well.
Yeah, and just tons of Space Wolves at once. I'd like to see. I imagine somebody is very excited for the Space Wolves army set. Hopefully, it's turned up for you. And yeah, look forward to seeing those alongside this venerable collection of Canids. But yeah, these are fantastic. Really well done. That old... it's not old. That was the Wolfguard Pack Leader model that Space Wolves got in 8th edition. When every one of the... what are they called? Divergent chapters got their own lieutenant. Because there was Zacharias, and there was whatever his name was for the Blood Angels and all those good stuff. Greetings, friends. Thanks for the comments. That wolves are mine. Oh, lovely. Well done. No, we like
Great to
it.
see.
Are you excited for the Space Wolves army set by any chance? Ionis Cryptborn? I would guess that you are. They're on the way. But you've done an excellent job here. A lot of work. Some really good stuff. Next up, we have Love Hippo with some giant Tyrannids. We have... Is that an Exocrine or a Tyrannofex? And we have another Norn Emissary, I believe.
Yes, they are emissaries. I did look them up, and their head's quite different on the simulator.
Yes.
But I mean, yeah, always love to see the big bugs on the channel, and these are great examples of that.
Yeah, it is a Tyrannofex, isn't it?
Yes, Tyrannofex with a rupture cannon, I think, from the looks of it.
Not the Exocrine.
No, X-Crane looks fairly different.
Yeah.
But then you also have a Psychophage there, which just got a rules update and actually looks pretty decent now.
Oh,
You
yeah,
got two of those.
Does look pretty tasty.
It went
doesn't
from, it no longer has D6 attacks, which is great to hear.
Flat 6?
It's like, cool. Well, I think it's 6 now, but before, and it's got some interesting special rules too. But before it was a D6 attacks, which is like, okay, cool. This thing's supposed to kill Psychers. It runs into a Librarian and rolls 1 attack. Right?
Yeah. Oh dear. No, this is a serious undertaking to complete these big old bugs. Especially because I've not done any of the ones that weren't part of the new release, right? So I did the Northern Emissary, and the Screamer Killer, but I haven't done like Tyrannofex kind of what are they called, Exocrine, all that kind of thing. I did do a Hydra,
Tervigon, Malceptor,
yeah,
Horospex, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. So I did do a Morlock, a Trigon, and
The Trigon's really nice.
In Hydra
The posing on some of those older models can be a bit awkward because it's, the new models, there's usually a little notch to tell you where the leg goes on how to pose it. With these models, it's back in the days of just a ball and socket joint, so you get to choose where the leg goes, but that can be a bit awkward, especially if you put the legs on and you haven't made sure the arms or the gun can fit yet. I know the Carnifex definitely has a bit of that problem where you need to make sure the arms will actually fit and choose the right arms, otherwise things get a bit awkward and kind of overlap the base.
Yeah. But no, really well done, Love Hippo. Like I said, huge undertaking to do this much. I really like the vibrant green on all the gubbins of the base of the Norn. It looks like it's dripping acidic blood in the top right corner.
For sure.
Which is just a very grim image. Wouldn't want to get near that for a multitude of reasons, but that would be another one. And it's just, very, very impressive. Yeah. Very, very productive.
And love the pops of colour of those, the vibrant oranges on the base as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. Really good stuff. Right, next, but by no means last but not least, we have Mr. Brendan Connolly, who is here in chat with another, I want to say, Trench Crusade offering.
Yeah,
do
looks
let
like
us
it.
know. But check this out. I mean, this is.
I mean, that's
insane.
just an insane model, and I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say from the markings on the bombs there, it's probably Trench Crusade, but also just insane sort of model, and I'd love to hear the lore behind this because it it's just brilliant. But you've done a great job of that sort of energy or magic that's coming out of its hands, and then having that kind of OSL effect going up the bombs there, but also the rest of the model is just great. Some lovely detail in the middle there on that tabard and the robes, and it's just all these Trench Crusade models are just insane in the best way.
Yeah, I love it. Dual wielding artillery witch, by the looks of things.
Yeah.
It looks like the plan is to float menacingly forward, and then just turn off the magic.
Or does he fling these at the enemy, or what happens here?
Yeah, You wouldn't want to get near it, would you? Yeah, it's spectacular though. I mean, I love your yellow and red that you've got going on the sort of energy that's holding up the big bombs. It's really, really cool. They're painted beautifully as well, like I said, the yellow and red. I love those.
Yeah.
I love how it's just really bright at the palms of the hands. And then it kind of, the yellow continues up from the palms of the hands and then starts to dissipate closer to the red, where it's then clamped onto the bomb, which is very, very cool. It's really, really well done. It's very, very pretty indeed.
Yeah, very nice, and so unique as well.
Yeah. No, lovely stuff. Well, parry this, you filthy casuals, says Aiden. Yes, exactly. That's the definition of it right there. Looks so good. I think this is my fave this evening. Well, there you go, Fake Street Spirit. We saved the best till last for you. So thank you very much, BC, Brendan. And that's it. That's us done. That is Tale of Many Warhipsters, Season 3, Episode 7 in the bag. So if we pop across to this screen here, whilst Mr. Gwatkin tells you all about his favourites, I am going to pull up the next bit.
I feel like there's definitely some themes going along this. Like, we saw so many incredible Emperor's Children. I'll as usual, I'll go through a bit of a list and try to pick out a favourite from those, but if I don't mention you guys were all incredible. You get better and better every month. It's just such it's so wonderful to see all the great work you're doing. But some of the ones that I did want to pick out were No Skill Painter, not living up to his name and giving us a fantastic Kritok, which is a Skaven. Looked like it could have stepped out of the pages of White Dwarf Heavy Metal. Dan Elliott for his Fulgrim and Emperor's Children. Loved the family shot. There were loads of other great Fulgrims as well, too many to name. There was also Aidan Hughes as well with his Tom Bombadil and Goldberry. I thought your colour choices and execution there were fantastic. Zaram's Saurus Warriors on Agrodons, also just brilliant execution. But I think my favourite for this month would be Mini Painting Dad, your Tau Commander and your Ghost Keel, and your exceptional work on those. I thought the blending and highlights and your basing and everything, weathering, all coming together to make just exceptional models. Yeah.
all great choices. Dana's Spectacularly Tasty Tank. Yeah, is it cake?
Yep.
Is it not? James Mathias' stuff. Leaders at the beginning was stunning. I couldn't agree more. 100% agree on the Tom and Goldberry. Yeah, I'm agreeing with all of you guys. Everybody's been doing spectacular work. More favourites. Who else have we got? I'm a big fan of Flying Muttley's ruined Lord's Terminos. Laucannon's Huracan Spirit of the Wind, just lovely stuff. Mini Painting Dad's Tau battle suits were excellent as well. Yeah, and obviously from Dana's household, Copites, or Copites, I'm probably saying that all completely wrong. The Gordrak, the Fist of Gork. BC for the win. Yeah, the Artillery Witch right at the end, finishing us off strongly. Really, really good stuff. You guys are amazing, wonderful,
incredible. Killing it every month.
Yes, exactly. So, what I am now pleased to announce, ladies and gentlemen, is that the winner, by quite some margin, because both polls, funnily enough, ended with the exact same vote split, 67% to 33% and 67% to 33%. 67% in favour of next month's theme being Whatever You Want. There's a shock. So,
nice.
The theme for next month is going to be Whatever You Want, and this is where, by the power of editing, we have our deadline number 8, June 30th. Is on the way, of course. The theme is going to be Whatever You Want, not Whatever You Need. Yeah, unfortunately. And there's 3 ways to submit before the 30th of June. You can do this via email at therealwarhipster@gmail.com or via the member/Patreon's Discord server, or you can follow the Google form in the links below in the description of said stream. So there is only one thing left for us to do after this, and that is to go back to this screen, and we're going to pick a winner of today's prize. So we're going to click to spin. Here we go. Ooh. That would be Vray 9756. Congratulations, Vray 9756. You have won a prize, I believe. Oh no, hang on. Vray wasn't in this episode. That was from last episode. So Vray, you didn't win this one. Apologies. We go again. Go again.
Another spin, another chance.
Another spin, another chance for another person to win. See, Tonius also wasn't. Why is this not updated? Come on now. You weren't here today either. You don't get a win. Right, 3rd time.
One more. Come on, 3rd time lucky.
Here we go. Let's see who's going to win. There we go. That's someone who definitely was here today. That's Cody Lalone. There we go. Cody Lalone. Congratulations.
Wonderful.
You are the winner of today's or this evening's prize. Let me know. Send me an email. What you want. It's your next thing. Next thing you want to do. And we'll just figure out a way to get it to you. Yeah, just let me know. Next box of miniatures, up to around about 50 quid, 60 quid, something like that, maybe. Depends on what you want. We can talk about it. Send me an email, and that is what you get. Anyway, actually, I can't remember what the anyway, doesn't matter. You have won, Cody. Congratulations. So. Here is the last video once again. Deadline 8 is June 30th. So you are that's the next submission. And the theme is whatever you want, not whatever you need. So there you go. And you can submit in one of 3 ways. You get the realwarhipster@gmail.com or via the member/Patreon Discord server, or you can follow the Google form link below. So there you have it. And all that's left for us to do is for us to say thank you very much for everybody hanging out with us tonight. Thank you very much for all of your submissions. Thank you very much for the incredible generosity of the gifters. Especially, there are some who call me Tim. Incredibly generous of you tonight. Thank
very,
you so
very generous.
much. Your support means all the world to me, and to Alice, and to Rich, and to Adam, and to other Rich. But thank you. Check your phone before you end. Why, what have you done? You've been up to no good again.
Up to no good again.
Oh, yes, you have. Okay. Thank you. I'm not going to tell you to stop. And you also told me to stop thanking you. Well, damn, because I did thank you there. Twice in one stream.
For everyone else, don't forget to click the like button.
Yes.
Subscribe if you aren't. A lovely free way to support the stream, and it really does help out.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. Thank you so much for all of us here at Warhipster Towers and from the Tale of Many Warhipsters. We will see you next month for episode number 8. Can you believe it? 3 times in one strip. Yes, I've seen. It's very, very generous of you. You're unbelievable. Thank you so much. But we must end there because, well, I imagine Rich has got to go to bed, and I've got a lot of stuff to do.
I do have work tomorrow. That's how Sundays work.
Yes, it is a school night. So thank you very much. Happy Father's Day to everybody out there who is a father. Josh needs to go cry. Yes, that's what I'm going to go and do. And work really hard to make everybody happy all the time. So here is the hand of farewell, and we will see you all very soon in the next one. I will be there. I'll be live tomorrow. So, speak to you again soon. Bye for now, chat. Love you. Bye.
Bye.